we're live. There's that damn cat thing again. I thought I had to clear it off. Apparently not. Anyway, good evening, gents. Today is the 24th. It's Thursday, obviously, or you wouldn't be here. And we're going to start off with the roll call. And believe it or not, Train Man 1 was the first one in the chat. He gets the cookie. Not only does he get the cookie, he's damn polite about it too. The cookie's yours, Train Man. Glad to see you here, by the way. And of course, Gerald Stewart gets the half cookie. Hey, Gerald, good to see you here. And let's see what else we got here. We got Thomas Moore's Lionel Trains. Thomas, did you change your damn channel again? I swear. What am I going to do with you? It's really confusing. You got to stop doing that. Anyway, glad you're here. Good to see you. We have Curly Express. Dwight, good to see you, Dwight. And Wigwag Workshop, Stephen. How's it going? Good to see you here. And who else do we have? We have Java 117, which is actually Gerald Stewart. It's kind of like a double shot, you know. Anyway, good to see you here, Java Gerald. Or Gerald the Java Man, that'll work. We have Schuylkill River Valley. John, good to see you. Dundas Junction Bottle Railroad. Hey, James, how's it going? Good to see you here, too. And let's see who else. Hot Dog Pilot Andy. Hey, Andy, good to see you. He says, all aboard. I'd like to see that flying hot dog ears. That's a good logo, by the way. I love it. Let's see what else we got here. Tom Grassy. Hey, Tom, how's it going? Good to see you. We have DWM Trains. Dave, how's it going, Dave? Good to see you. And who else? Who else? That may be just about everybody. Oh no, we got Joe Rader, Black Rock Central Railroad. Hey Joe, good to see you here. And believe it or not, that's everybody. Imagine that. So, it's been one of those days, let me tell you. I'm terribly ill prepared today. I've got some things to show you. And as promised, that the two videos we didn't see last week, we're going to see this week. It's actually just been kind of a crazy week all the ways around. But you know, it's going to happen. Hey, hey, Real Artist, good to see you. Yeah, we're actually going to talk about some trains. For a while, anyway. Now, you're lurking, and he's working on a drawing. A drawing of what, Real Artist? Bet you that'll be really cool. Alright, so, as always, we'll discuss 3D printing. Now, I got this book over here. Let me bring it out here. Now, Curtis, who isn't in here yet, but I'm sure he will be, he loaned me this book, Commodities by Freight Car. He got a lot of cool stuff in here. Kind of hard to show half of it, but lots of different cars, different stuff going on. Well, one of the cars he was really interested in, put this over here out of the way for now, is called the cement car. And all this stuff is back in like the 60s. So if you guys are modeling in that time period, this may pique your interest. So the first one I developed was this one here. This is a concrete gondola. And they said this, I think it was in 1969, somewhere around there. I don't think they use these anymore, but these canisters were filled with cement. I'm assuming powdered cement, although I could be wrong, I don't know. They didn't go into great detail on how it actually works. But this was a specialized gondola, excuse me, for hauling cement. And of course, these all come out. And this one sold. Curtis bought 3 of these. His won't have wheels or couplers or any paint on it. He's going to do all that himself. I'm just selling him the basic print. So if anybody's interested, let me know. The basic print on this one is $8 plus shipping. So you basically get everything you see here now. This also has a removable deck that holds the containers in place. I didn't glue this one down because I'm not sure what Curtis is going to do with it yet, but anyway, he's interested. He's going to go. He said I'm going to print up 3 of these for him. These are really cool. These are 40 foot. Pretty much everything that's in that book is, most of the stuff is in the 40 foot class because, like I said, back in the 50s and 60s, they didn't have the huge cars like they have today. So I thought that was pretty cool. Now, I also did this one here. Now, Frank Steeler fan, he's not in here either. But he asked me to send him STL files for a 2-bay hopper, open or closed, didn't matter, covered rather. Well, I found this one. I modified it. I still got to print the interior yet. You know, it's kind of like V-shaped sort of thing. I had a lot of problems printing this. It wasn't as easy as you'd think it would be. But it's not bad. It'll come out nice. I'm going to do a bunch of these. I believe these are around 40 foot too, I think. Yeah, they'd be right there in the 40 foot class as well. Like I said, this is a 2-bay hopper. Same deal with this one. Minus wheels and couplers, unpainted. Will sell for $8 each. I know it sound like a sales guy here, but in case anybody's interested. You know. Let's see. Tom says, I have a cement car, but it's covered hopper with 8 hatches on the top to load. Well, yeah, that's newer stuff, Tom. Like I said, this is older stuff, so if you and I think you model mostly modern era. I know I do. Mine's whatever. You know, it's my damn railroad, I don't care, right? But if you're into the 50s or 60s, you might be interested in some of this stuff. Modern era, you could probably take it or leave it, but you know, that's the way it goes. Gerald, so they must be dry cement, wet will harden even. That's true, Gerald. I assumed it would be, you know, just the powdered part. And the one in the book, let's see if I can see this. Like I said, I can only make these things so exact, and that's it. Because unfortunately, there's some aspects I can't do. Let me see if I can find it in here. Bear with me a minute. What's that one there? I should bookmark this stuff, but it's not my book, so I want to kind of take good care of it, you know. Because obviously, it's the next page. Alright, here we go. That's what it looks like. That's the real one there. And if you look at the containers, they have a pipe going from the top all the way down. And I'm guessing they can suck it out through that pipe. Because that's what the opening's for in the bottom of the gondola. To put your hose in there. And they said something about an air hose. I think that this was 1942. I was wrong on the year, sorry. Yeah, they actually stayed in production until 1972. Let's see here. Yeah, that was definitely powder. But, like I said, they forced air into it, and I guess that blew the cement powder up through the hose or whatever, and then they can empty it that way. I'm not quite sure. Like I said, they don't go into great detail. Railwire says, Dan, I gotta watch what I type in. Got the warning. I'm running low on my quota of E's since I greeted Wigwag. This here. I didn't know there was a quota on letters. Hey, but you know, who knows? Let's see. All right, so anyway, that's the first one I'm doing. I'm also working on another one. Now, my printer's been really cranking out stuff right now, and I'll get to that in a minute. But this is also a 40-foot flat car. And once again, I put wheels on it just to see what I want to look. I want to see what it'll look like and that sort of thing. I'll eventually take the wheels off and sell them without them, or with them if somebody's interested. It's substantially more money with the couplers and wheels because, you know, they're not cheap. But once again, $8 for the actual model without wheels and couplers. Now, what this is going to have on it, this is a chlorine car. And let me punch you over here into this. Okay, now I've already developed these. I made these. These are my files. The container on the left is the actual chlorine container, very close to what it looks like in the real picture, which I'll show you in a minute. And on the right is the bed part, and they slip in beside each one. I think it holds 14 or 15. I don't remember. And that will go inside or on top of the flat car. There'll also be railings. Let's see, I think I've got a better picture here. Okay, this is a picture of the real car here. So you'll see, you got this one here takes 15. I don't know if mine will or not. This is 40 foot. Based on the wheel size, I developed the canisters just under the wheel size, so it should be accurate scale-wise. But you can see a railing. I can't point to it, but there's a railing on the side on both sides and on both ends. I'm not sure how they're removed. I'm sure they crane them out somehow. But anyway, I thought it was kind of cool. Hey, Ray Bergelson, how you doing? Good to see you here. Let me get back over here. Hold on. Ray says, yes, those are dry cement hoppers, same as dry bulk setup for trucks today. Okay, that's cool. We know that now. So, I'm going to be printing those. I probably won't get to them today because, like I said, we look at the printers. Both printers are, well, actually, one's done now. What do you know? Now, the printer on your left, closest to the paint booth, is printing out a 53-foot passenger car. It's a Santa Fe Super Chief. Those are also going to be probably for Curtis, which C&L lines if anybody's curious. This is actually a prototype for him. I shortened him a little bit because I think he's running shorter curves. He initially wanted a 40-footer. And, let me get back over here. This is what a 40-foot looks like. Looks kind of stupid, don't it? So, that's not going to happen. It's just, this is based on the Amtrak modern passenger line. And it just doesn't, these are normally 89 foot, which is this one here. And you can see that this one is comparatively shorter. It just doesn't look right. So I got a hold of Curtis and I said, you know, 40 foot ain't gonna work. And let's try 53, which was a normal size back in that era anyway for passenger cars. So I decided to use the Santa Fe Super Chief line, shorten them up just a touch, the 53 foot, and that's what's printing now on the left side. Now the one on the right, which is finished, hold on just a second. start a new print up here. Just hold on with me, bear with me for a minute. Okay, what I'm printing now, we'll be starting is the bed top for the chlorine containers. This here is the interior for the 53-foot Super Chief passenger car that's currently printing. I print these with a wrap, which I'm not always convinced is the best way to do it, but and the wrap does in fact come off, mostly. once you figure out where the starting point is. Nothing's ever easy. Ever notice that? Here's my screwdriver. Alright. Usually once you get this started, it peels right off. It's really just getting it started that's kind of a bear. There we go. It just peels right off. There you go. Well, this is the interior for it that'll go inside. I've got to clean up some of the... Just got to clean it up just a little bit, not too much, but... And of course, this is the floor for it, or lower part of the frame. Of course, this will sit right on top of this. And this is actually designed to screw to the body when it's finished. So it's going to be pretty good. I think he'll be happy with it. Hopefully. And of course I have the other cars in that line as well. The same deal with this, $8. So I think it's a magic number. I think it's a good number all the ways around. Thanks, Ray. Appreciate that. Everybody, looks like you got more people hit the like button than's in the chat. Okay, that'll work. Hey, Russ Rockin' O Railroad. How you doing, Russ? Good to see you. And I'm a little behind here already. That didn't take long, did it? Alright, now I'm caught up again. So, that's what I've been working on. Now this here's an example of a bad print. I don't know what happened, but it's a mess. And neither side was really worth a damn. So unfortunately, that goes in the can. So I've been busy doing all kinds of this stuff. Oh, and then you're going to love this one. Do you remember the Nautilus sub? Okay, well, this was the sub put together. And I've got it on a stand because it won't sit on a flat car by itself. And I'm going to make another flat car for it, but I had this one laying around. So just an example of how this is going to go. I'm going to create a whole car with the Nautilus sub on it. I may do a giveaway on it, I'm not sure. I haven't really decided yet. I'm probably going to do the flat car with, maybe I'll have a road name of 20,000 Under the Sea or something. You know, something related to the movie maybe, I'm not sure. But it's going to be pretty cool. And I even gave it a little bit of ride. I actually looked at the pictures online. It's kind of hard to tell here. Let me turn the light on here. Maybe that'll help. Maybe. Nah, not really. I put some rust on it. Not a lot, just little areas. The actual movie, the model in the movie had rust on it. It was this darker gray color. And there was some rust marks on there. And you say, oh, maybe you can see a little bit there. Yeah, there you go. A little bit of brown spots, those are rust. So, and this came out pretty good. And I tell you, it was a tough model to print. But ultimately, I got it, and it fits on a 60-foot flat car. So, thanks, Joe. Appreciate that. Yes, it is, Ray. It's from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Actually, it was Gerald Stewart's idea. He sent me the file. And that's why I said I'm seriously considering possibly gifting it to him since he came up with the idea. I just haven't really decided whether I want to keep it or not. And I can always make another one anyway. And if anybody, like I said, is interested in buying it, same deal, $8 without the car. Just for the model itself. And, I'll even paint it and put a little rust on it if you want, no biggie. And he said, does it smell like the old ones at Disney? That I don't know. Never been to that one. Oh, thanks, Russ. Appreciate it. Yeah, the detail wasn't bad on it. Like I said, I had to split it in half. I couldn't print it as a whole piece. And I'm cutting it right down the middle, standing up each end on its cut side, and printing it that way, one piece at a time. That was the only way it could be done. I must have tried 4 or 5 different models, different variations of how it would sit. I even sliced it down the center. That didn't work. So this seemed to be the best way to do it, was just simply cut it in half. So, yeah, it worked out pretty good. Oh yeah. Let's see. So that's pretty much what we've been doing 3D wise. I finally got my wire in, my music wire, and because of my screw up, it was too big in diameter. It's 0.32. So when I tried putting it on my crossing gate, which I got the gate off right now, there was so much tension on it that it wouldn't wind up and down properly. So I wound up buying it. I think it's 10 or 15 thousandths, much thinner, have a lot more bend to it, which is what it needs, and it should follow much easier. That will be here Saturday. And actually I got that from K&S Metals. So I'm not worried about, it getting here. The same brand as the other one that I got was too big, was also K&S. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I thought 32, well, that's not very thick. But then again, it really is. Now, fitting the hole's all right, but it was so rigid, it has to give a little bit when the arm goes up and down, just a little bit. And the 30 seconds wouldn't do it. So that's where we're at with that. Races, I meant 40 or 50 foot cars. I put some 60 footers behind the steamers. And well, yeah, I wouldn't. Like I said, back in the day, most of your cars were short. 40 I think was 40 and 53 were basically the standard. So there was a sliced flop. I didn't notice that, Gerald. I just got the whole thing, and I sliced it myself. I did that in Tinkercad. That worked out fine for me. Because like I said, there's just no way you could print it in one piece. Not on a filament printer. Maybe on a resin printer you could. But even then, you'd have so many supports. It would be a nice... I think the first one I printed was with supports. And after it got done, I'm going, there's no way I'm going to be able to separate those supports and keep this thing intact. So I said, we got to do away with the supports, and I went ahead and sliced it down the center, top and bottom. And what happened was it actually warped what was printing in the front. So when I put the two halves together, the bottom half was pointing down and the top half was pointing up. So you had this gap about like this between the upper and lower half just in the front. It was a disaster. That's when I decided, you know what, I should just cut it in half, right down the middle, and stand them up and they'll print fine, and they did. And that's the biggest issue you have with 3D printing. Jill said it was sliced vertically. Alright, so they basically did what I did. I'll have to go back and look for, I think I kept the original file, I think. Usually I shit can the originals and keep my modified STLs. But I'll check and see if I kept it. I probably did, I hope. And or if you want, send it to me again. And I'll look at that, and that might, like I said, basically the same thing that I did anyway. But if they had one that's already done, that would probably make it a little easier. But that's where you're running the problems with any print, you know. That was the problem. The interior part of this covered hopper, or open hopper, it's separate, but it shows you to print it horizontally. Well, you can't. You have to actually tip it up on its side, the long side, or short side I should say, and print it that way and it'll print fine. I haven't gotten around to doing it yet, but I will. And that was the same thing. The bottom part was also separate, and I had to do the same with that. I had to print it on its side. It wouldn't print right, printing it flat upside down. I don't know why. It should have, but it didn't. So, you know, he said, you kind of live and learn on a lot of this stuff. You figure out what works and what doesn't. And after a while, you kind of figure out the best way to do something. Yeah, I'd appreciate that, Joe. Resend me the thing. I'd probably shit can the original. Because like I said, I'll keep my modified STLs. But I don't generally keep, you know. Same thing with the mouse that it sets on. I created those too because it didn't come with those either. And there's no way you can mount that on anything because of the way it's designed. So, but I got it covered. Well, you're right, Russ. It really does. And even though you think you know what the hell you're doing, a lot of times the printer will prove you wrong, or the print you're doing. It's just, you have to look at every print specifically on how to orient it. And a lot of us have that problem, you know. It's just, especially if you're a newbie. When I first started doing it, I had so many issues because I really didn't know what the hell I was doing. You know, here's a file, run it through the slicer, load it up on the SD card, push it in the machine, and hit print, and it didn't come out right. I'm going, why did it come out right? You know, because I wasn't experienced enough to figure out the variations. And unfortunately, the guys that create a lot of this stuff, I guess they assume you'll know what to do, but that's not always the case. So sometimes you just have to you have to use your own experience to figure it out. Let's see, so that's pretty much all we got going on the 3D stuff. It's awful hot in here, I don't know why. I got the thermostat down to 70, but this shed's weird. It's really insulated well. And the problem is, if it gets hot in here, it'll hold the heat in here forever. If you get it cold in here, it'll hold the cold forever. However, if you're trying to knock the heat out with the air conditioner, it takes a little bit longer to actually kick it down. Even though I've had this thing running all day, you know, there's still a lot of heat, and it's hot outside. I think it was 92 or something like that outside all day today. I don't know what the heat index was. I didn't look. I generally don't pay attention to the index anyway. If it says 92, then damn it, it must be 92. So, you know, but it does make it, sometimes it does get a little warm in here and it's a little uncomfortable. because I personally like a cool environment, you know. Plus, you know, polyester shirt doesn't. It's 50-50 shirt. I got to start buying 100% cotton, you know, because anything with polyester, it's going to make you hot. So that's the way that goes. All right, well, uh, yeah, right, that could be it. It's methane from the moo car. Them cows are probably farting up a storm, and I don't even realize it. Tom says maybe they should have a sliced file with the proper parameters. Yeah, they probably should, but very rarely do they. I mean, sometimes, like Thingiverse, they'll give a little summary on how to print it, but not always. And once again, it also depends upon what printer you use. Now, some of them guys are using the Prusa printers, which are like the original 3D printers filament, and that's a whole different ball game. You know, what works on that Prusa won't work on this. So it's just the way it is. Hey, Ben's Model Railroad, how you doing, Ben? Good to see you. Ray says, move the fan away from the chicken coop. Well, the chickens, they're probably cooking too. I don't know. It's hard telling. That's that, Russ. Fart away, cows, fucking climate. Tell me about it. I'm not even going to go there. Really, I'm not going to. Maybe later, we'll see. But we'll try and stay a little train related for the most part. So I know I've been having issues on my layout lately. Probably because of the temperatures. On my lift gate here, I notice it's pulling away. It's like contracting, which normally it would expand. Well, I guess not always, but actually contracted. And I got that, like the puzzle pieces that interlock the tracks. Forgot what they're called. Those things you get from England. Well, they were pretty tight, you know. I mean, they locked right in. But now that I've got a space behind them, they're kind of useless. So if I accidentally push on that gate a little bit, it'll move it just enough to cause derailment. Which those pieces were supposed to prevent that from happening. Well, like I said, it could be the excessive heat. It's certainly not the cold, because it hasn't been that cold in here. So I'm not sure how it works, which causes contraction and which causes expansion. I would have thought the heat would have caused expansion, but maybe not. Or maybe it's humidity or something. Now there isn't much humidity in here, even when it's hot. So what I'm ultimately going to have to wind up doing is pulling up both the end pieces for both tracks and creating a new piece that's a touch bit longer to bring it closer to so where it interlocks. And that's the only thing, that's the only solution I could find. Of course, if it expands, then I'm going to have other problems, but you know. And that's why I really didn't want a damn lift gate, because they're more of a nuisance than they're worth when you really get down to it. But you know, what are you going to do? Hey, Plumber 33, how you doing, Plumber? Good to see you. But that's really been my biggest issue on my layout. Everything else is fine. You know, I've got no other track issues. I haven't cleaned the track in probably 7 or 8 months. And it's still working flawlessly. And I don't generally run my trains daily, because I'm so busy doing other things. Eventually I'll get to a point where I'll start running them and maybe do my own little op sessions or something, but right now, not so much. And there's still a lot to be done on the layout anyway. But The budgetary constraints are actually keeping me from getting a lot done, unfortunately. Russ says heat usually causes thermal expansion, cold usually causes contraction. That's weird. So basically, I got the opposite going on here. I don't know why. Of course, there's also a possibility, a lot of times I have the gate open. Now, it shouldn't put any stress on the hinges, I wouldn't think. It's possible, I guess. But the hinges still look fine. So I don't know. I'm going to have to look into the whole thing. There's something is causing it. Because like I said, originally I had it set up to where it just locked in perfectly. I don't know what's going on. Ben says I should do shorts of my trains running by. Yeah, I probably should. It'll help my sub count anyway. Which I think, by the way, I'm up to 417 or 418, I think. I'm not sure. I don't really worry about it that much, so, you know. So, yeah, I've been busy 3D printing, actually. You know. I'm still working on other things, too, like, you know. I'm working on the syrup car for Dave Thurber. I kind of put it on the back burner for the moment. But really, the biggest thing for this now is the railings for the top. There's railings that go all the way around, and of course the ladders. The ladders aren't a big deal. And then there's some railings on both ends and a brake wheel. So it won't be that. I just got to sit down and design it. And once again, some of them smaller parts are tough to print. And sometimes I really wish I had a resin printer to do some of this stuff with. If it turns out I can't filament print it, I'll send the files over to Tom Grassi and have him make them for me. Since he has both printers, so. Plus, I also want to smooth this out too. I want to get it like glass. Right now, it's got some lines in it, and I'm looking at different ways to smooth it. The sanding putty is a good idea. You know, for auto body, I'm used to using that. And just slather some on and hand sand it, and it should be like glass. But we'll see. All right, thank you, Ben. 418. I knew it was somewhere around there. Tom said I just hit 287 subs today. Moving on up. Yes, you are. That's a good thing, of course. Since all y'all are in here right now, let me do this. I'm going to switch over where I could type in the chat. And I remember I said I would do this every week. And let's see here. Alright, first one is at Bill Fusion Enterprise. He's only got 12 subs. So I'd be real grateful if he'd go ahead and sub to him. You can just click on there. Most of you guys are, if you got the wrench, you'll have no problem. If you need a wrench, let me know. I'll get you one. That's the first one. And the second one is okay, that's Robert Darby, 7197. Click on that. He only has 15 subs. And I'd really like to see these guys get bumped up a lot more. So I'd really appreciate it if you'd visit their sites. And, you know, if you like them, I mean, you don't have to, obviously. But if you like them, please sub to them. Help them out a little bit. Just like, you know, these guys sub to me. They probably sub to a lot of you too. So, you know. It's always good to kind of return the favor, sort of. Alrighty, we're back over here. Hopefully it highlighted them. I don't know if it did or not. I wonder why I didn't highlight them. That's weird. Yeah, anyway, you get the way. You can just go to their channel. That's the correct address for their channel name. Go for that, and please, fix them up. And James says, I will sub. Everyone sends me links. All right, cool. That's excellent. All right, so without any further ado, let's watch a video. I've got two videos. I don't know what the hell they are. No. One isn't really train related. This was sent in by Gerald Stewart. He always sends me really cool stuff. I thought this was cool, even though it's not train related, but it's pretty slick, so I think it's only a few minutes. So I'm going to throw it on there. You guys check it out. That was totally cool, I thought. Hey, how you doing, Les? Good to see you here. Turns out I'm not signed in on YouTube for on my laptop, so I can't access the links either. But you should be able to, or you could just copy and paste them into YouTube in the search bar. It will bring them up. So if you're having any difficulties, but you shouldn't be. Let me switch over here to something. Yeah, see if you're signed in, you can just click on the three dots, and it'll take you right and click on go to the channel. It'll bring you to the channel. Oh no, it brings me to my channel. What the hell? That's weird. That's not supposed to happen. I don't know. Well, I'll redo them next week. I'm telling you, just some days nothing works right. I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, I know, they weren't actually links. Hey, Taya John, we got a newbie here. Where'd she go? Cool. Well, welcome, Taya. And hopefully you've subbed already. That'd be nice. But enjoy the stream and go from there. Yeah, Gerald, copy and paste for sure. Like I said, you can copy and paste that right into the YouTube search bar. It'll bring you to it. DWM Train says, Dave, I have 3 short cell phone vids and 2 subs last I looked. Well, that's okay. So if you haven't subbed to DWM Trains, now's a good time to do it. Dave, if you want to post a link to your channel, go ahead and do it. And we'll make sure I know I'm subbed to you, I believe I am. And we'll get subbed up to you. So, anyway, why am I stuck over there? That's weird. Weird stuff's gone. My laptop, which I use as sort of a monitor on the web, is still showing the video. And I don't know why. I think it might have locked up. I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe I paused it, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I'm just having the worst luck today. I don't know what the hell's going on. Joe says, okay, finished work for tonight, so now watching. Okay, that's cool. Hey, Derek Alexander, how you doing, man? Good to see you here. I'm telling you, it's getting crazy. James says he subbed to both. Okay, thank you, James. Here's a link for DWM Trains, so go ahead and click on that link, and at least it's highlighted. I probably should have put the https:// on there instead of the @ signal. That's probably what screwed up. So, I learned from my mistakes, right? Anyway, yeah, if you guys would sub to him, that would be nice. Alright, so what were we talking about? Oh yeah, so I got a second video. This is train related. It's kind of a weird video. It's got to do with, I think it was a World War II thing. Gerald sent me this one too. So, and I think this one is 8 or 10 minutes long, I'm not sure. But I'm going to go ahead and post it up, and then we'll go from there. So, are you ready? Let's see, where is it? Here we go.
We've talked quite a lot on the channel about this little 10-wheeler steam locomotive right behind me, the Rear Grand Southern number 20. Obviously, it's important to those of us here at the Colorado Railroad Museum because it's our most recently restored operating steam locomotive. But the 20's famous for a couple other reasons, including one really cool story that I wanted to get into today. What's up, guys? This is Heiss, and we are here in the shop at the Colorado Railroad Museum with the RGS 20 to answer the question of why the heck did Washington, D.C. end up owning a little steam engine and its sisters and the railroad in the middle of southwestern Colorado? Let's get into it. Oh, but before we get into all of the fun stuff about DC, 20's also famous because it starred alongside Marilyn Monroe in Ticket to Tomahawk, which is available on YouTube if you want to watch. It's a fun movie. Now, the Rio Grande Southern is what we commonly refer to as the unfortunate stepchild of the Denver and Rio Grande. The Denver and Rio Grande being a large narrow gauge and standard gauge operation all throughout Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico. The RGS was the last little link as far as narrow gauge operations went in Colorado. The RGS's operations were focused in southwestern Colorado between Durango, Colorado, and Ridgway, Colorado, hitting a bunch of different mining operations along the way. Now, the mines that the Rio Grande Southern ended up serving didn't just mine stuff like coal. They also mined gold and silver, and something that was discovered in the region that ended up getting called carnotite, which was an ore that was a mixture of uranium, vanadium, and radium. Some of this came from the towns right on the RGS, and some of it came from the region called the Paradox Basin that was just to the west, and there was no real good way to build a railroad down into it, and so things were loaded up into sacks on wagons and brought to the RGS, where it would then be taken on further for processing. It was said for a period of 25 years in the early 20th century, almost all of the radium-bearing mineral in the world came from the RGS. However, as times change, so do the uses for minerals. And through World War I, there was a big demand for radium and all sorts of things like that, and afterwards there's a bigger demand for the vanadium. So it's discovered that vanadium could actually help to strengthen steel, and fun fact, was actually used in the production of 491's rods. But ultimately other sources for this mineral were actually discovered across the globe, and that sort of put these mines out of business. So why are we still talking about it then? Well, it involves the fun history of the RGS. So why do we think of the RGS as the unfortunate stepchild of the Rio Grande? Well, the Depression hit the RGS harder than a lot of roads. The decline in traffic and everything was pretty significant, and so they really tried to do everything in their power to keep the railroad running. They actually contracted out and had several motors, later known as the Galloping Geese, some of them, built so that they could keep their mail contract. It was cheaper to pay one person to drive a car on rails than it was to have a 5-person train crew and a steam locomotive and deal with all that maintenance. And so with the motor cars, the Galloping Geese and all that, the RGS kicked the can down the road, but they ultimately were trying to get rid of the railroad and abandon it because they still weren't really making money getting into the early 1940s. But then something weird happened. The railroad was trying to file for abandonment and get approval to tear up the railroad and be done. But a state congressperson ended up arguing and saying that the railroad was the only means of high-speed transit in the area, and high-speed, 3-foot narrow gauge through the mountains. Right, yeah, high speed. Faster than a wagon, I suppose. And so the railroad said, well, we need money to keep operating. We've put off a bunch of maintenance, haven't dealt with our track, we've deferred maintenance on the locomotives and run things with the geese for a while. What are you gonna do? And so Washington, D.C., specifically the Defense Supplies Corporation of Washington, D.C., sent $65,000 to the RGS, bought their equipment, and then leased it back to them. So all the equipment got these stencils. That's why 20 is marked like this, because 20 is restored, quite accurately I might add, to its 1945 to 1947 appearance. And we should probably talk about that more some other time too, because it's really cool, all the little details that are done to make that happen. So why then did the government spend so much money just for transit in the region, just for the railroad? Well, it didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense at first, until guys with guns showed up and started riding on the freight trains. The freight trains that were carrying this worthless yellow cake ore that had just been dumped off by the mines for the longest time. Ever since the prices changed and the carnotite wasn't really needed, they just dumped all the yellow stuff off and that was that. And so it regularly washed away down the river when the rivers ran high because the tailings from the mines just dumped it off the side. And now there's armed guards riding the trains protecting this? That's a little strange. This was called the secret uranium boom because the companies that were actually processing the ore, being contracted by the US government, were saying that they were using the yellow cake for the vanadium, for steel and all that. And they were actually called things like the US Vanadium Corporation. The reality is, they wanted the mineral for the uranium. A man named Blair Burwell was the guy who was in charge of upping the production of both vanadium and uranium in the region. And he was also the man who was in charge of supplying the uranium to the Manhattan Project. Which means that yes, our podunk little 460, 3-foot narrow gauge, 40-ton itty-bitty steam locomotive was partially responsible for building the atomic bomb. There's no way to prove that 20 hauled a carload that was in a train that went and did the thing and was in one of the bombs or was in something that was used in the Manhattan Project. But the whole railroad contributed to the process, and 20 was one of the most often run locomotives on the railroad. So she certainly had a hand in it. Now, if you are into your RGS history, you'll know that the railroad folded shortly thereafter in the early 1950s, and part of the reason was that the Army and all the folks in DC didn't like this arrangement of paying lots of money to own and then lease locomotives, and decided to build highways instead, as the railroad was on its way out. They scraped by for the last couple years doing tourist service when the Galloping Geese got their real name, but that was ultimately going to be the end of the RGS. So their last boom was a big one. Anyways, guys, thanks so much for watching. I hope you liked this little story, and it's kind of insane to think that this one little locomotive helped with something so massive and world-changing. It's kind of unbelievable. Thanks for watching.
That was pretty cool. A little bit of history going on there. Huh? Let's see. Oh, JD, how you doing? Good to see you here. Plumber, I'll get you a blue wrench after. Well, the next time you come on, it'll be there. I forgot how to do it again, and I don't know. I always got to search around for stuff. I don't do it that much. And let's see who else. Plumber and James will get you a blue wrench too. Anybody who doesn't have one, I'll get you one. Not a problem. Hey, Corey, how's it going? Good to see you. Trackside Mike. Hey, Trackside Mike. How's it going? Good to see you. I really got behind her. That doesn't take long to do, let me tell you. Okay, I think we're all sort of caught up here. Let's see, JD said we got 24 people in here, like 21 likes. You guys know what to do. Smash that like button. Beat the hell out of it. Shoot it. Beat it with a sledgehammer. However you want to do it, just go ahead and hit that like. I would appreciate it. Joe wants to know, can I have a hammer instead of the wrench? Nah, sorry. All they got is the wrench. It's a shame they don't have other things, though. You know, it'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? So, what else we got going on here? Let's see, we got that out of the way. We got that out of the way. I think I covered most of the train stuff. I would do a rant, but I'm not sure what to do it on. So many things have been pissing me off lately. I could spend the next week ranting about something, I'm sure. Or a bunch of somethings. See, has anything here ticked me off lately? It's not hard to do. Seems like it's always some damn thing going on. Did you guys watch the Tucker Carlson episode last night? Where he interviews President Trump? I watched it. That was pretty good. For the life of me, I can't understand why anybody would not vote for Trump. I just don't get it. I mean, he's like the best thing we've ever had. My opinion, of course, but, you know. And Carlson asked him a lot of pointed questions. I mean, one point I asked him, he says, you know, are you worried they're going to cheat again? And he said, oh yeah, they're going to try. But, you know, we kind of, I think Trump is looking out for any cheating now, so I think it's going to be tough for them to do. And then Carlson came out and said, well, are you worried they might try and kill you? He said, well, they might, you know. We'll have to deal with that if when it happens. So hopefully that won't happen, but let's see what we got. I have to start. Oh, James, you're going to start doing the bench work tomorrow? Cool. Need some hardware, huh? Okay, no problem. That'll be interesting. I hope you videotape a lot of that, and, you know, so we can all see how you're doing. Russ said Tucker Trump. Yes, I did. I figured most people did. I did not watch the debates yet. I don't know when I'll get to doing it. I was too busy today. I was going to do it today, but, you know, watch the replay, but what the hell. There you go. Ben's got the right idea. Trump's the best. It was interesting, like I said. I don't always agree with everything that Trump says or does. You know, there's talk that he wants to arrest the homeless. I don't necessarily agree with that. However, we do need to get them the hell off the streets. You know. My last Wise Guy video I did yesterday, I think it was, I talked about that, you know. I think the title of my video was, you know, Are We Fascist? And, you know, I went in, I gave the actual definition of a fascist, and I guess to some degree, maybe we do have some fascist tendencies, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. But most of what the Democrats are complaining about is the things they're actually doing. And trying to project onto Trump, you know, so I got some issues with that. Hey, Dave BNSF's N Scale, how you doing? Say, just finished assembling an off-road go-kart for an 8-year-old. Oh, cool. Need a shower? I'm drenched. Yeah, I'll betcha. Well, get your shower, man. You always catch the replay. Russ says, I watched snippets of the debate. I think Vivek knocked it out of the park. I kind of like him, but, and like I said, it's hard to tell what's going on, what the truth is anymore. They went after him, I think, because he's probably the second choice if Trump doesn't get it, you know. He's aligned a lot like Trump. But the problem is, they said that he accepted money from George Soros. That's a problem. So, can we actually trust him? You know. I don't know the guy. I've never heard of him before, you know, a few months ago when he decided to run for president. So I don't know. I'm always leery about any newcomers. But he sounds good, you know. But anyway, so getting back to Trump and the homeless, What I said on my video, I said, I don't think we should arrest the homeless. I think we should give them 48, maybe 72 hours to pick up their shit and move out to a field somewhere that we designate for them. Find 10 acres or something where we could say, look, you want to go camp out there, that's fine, we don't care. However, we will shut off the drugs, we will shut off the alcohol. You're not going to be able to do either one out there. I know a lot of them will be all pissed off about it because, let's face it, most of these guys are offered cheap and or free housing, and they turned it down because it's government subsidized, which means Big Brother will be looking over their shoulders, which also means they can't do drugs, can't, get drunk constantly. They would be severely restricted on what they're allowed to do under the government's thumb. Like you said, how I feel about that can go either way. It doesn't matter. But I still think we need to get them the hell off the streets, the sidewalks. You can't be shitting and pissing in the sidewalks and in the road where people are trying to conduct business and go about their everyday lives. That's not acceptable. So let's kick them off into a field somewhere and say, do what you want out there. We don't really care. And we shouldn't care. If they don't care enough to get off their asses, get a job, save some money and get into an actual place to rent or own, and that's on them, It's not that they can't. Most of them won't. They just don't want to do it. You don't answer to anybody living in the street. There's no responsibility. Nothing. You basically do whatever. You're an anarchist. Do your own thing. So that's how I would handle that. And then on the opposite end of the thing, any veteran that fought in the wars or served their country in any capacity, at the end of their term, they should be given a free paid-for house. Doesn't have to be a mansion, just a decent house that they will own for the rest of their lives, tax-free. They'll still have to pay their light bill and their cable and all that crap, but no taxes on it. It's theirs, lock, stock, and barrel. No one can touch it. I think the veterans deserve that. They literally signed up to possibly give their lives for their country. They come back here and we shit on them. That's bullshit. It ain't right. So that's the way that should be handled, because a lot of veterans are homeless too, mostly because we've forgotten about them, and the price of everything is through the roof anyway. So they should be given decent housing that's theirs, Said, don't have to be some 3,000 foot mansion. It could be a 1,200 foot small 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. I'm sure they'll be happy with that. Beats the hell out of living in a cardboard box out on the street, right? So, and Derek, you're right, we need to reopen the mental institutions. However, the problem with the mental institutions, they can't really fix anybody. And if you're that far gone, then maybe we need to explore other alternatives, which, I know nobody wants to talk about, but, if it gets down to it, what are you going to do? Let's see. Ben says they're trying to push the masks and the lockdown again, so do not apply. I think they are pushing a lockdown. Yeah, that's a lot of that's going on too. And once again, I got to be careful what I say on here. Just don't go on with it. It's all bullshit anyway. Let's see. Tom says he was not. Oh, you're talking about Vivek? I was wondering that too, because he's got a heavy. Yeah, I guess he's from India or Pakistan. I'm not sure which accent. I didn't figure he actually was an American. You have to be born in America, and I think one or both of your parents have to also be born in, or at least American citizens, in order to qualify for the presidency. I mean, remember, Obama blew that whole thing out of the water because he was not a U.S. citizen. Neither was his father. His mother was, but supposedly she surrendered her United States citizenship to be with the old man, so we don't really know what happened. But we do know that Obama was not born in Hawaii. That we do know. Same here, Russ. Like you said, I don't think we could do any better. Russ says Vivek was born in the U.S., Thomas. Okay, well, if he was born here, then I guess he qualifies. I guess. I don't know. Derek says, Big Jim, a field over to San Andreas Park. There you go. You're going straight to hell, Derek. But you might be on to something, you know. All right, James. Well, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll see you next time. And keep us up to date on your bench building tomorrow. We're interested to see it. JD says Death Valley. There you go. Well, they wouldn't live a day there. Is that the hottest place on earth, supposedly? That's true, Russ. He's not going to. The burst of it was false. They did not call blacks African Americans in 1959. They were called Negroes or Negroid. That's an absolute fact. And yet on his birth certificate it says African American. That term hadn't been invented yet. That didn't come around to what, the 70s or 80s? You know. No, definitely it was false. Carol says free houses. Well, and they should, man. I think that's the least we should do with them. You know, it used to be, like World War I, World War II, the ones that made it back, they were heroes. You know, they fought the big war and then they survived it. We kicked the enemy's ass, we won. You know, and they took care of them. My dad was a World War II veteran, all right? He was born in 1919. He fought in, he was over in Africa. He was also in the Europe, both fronts there. Actually, he actually met General Patton. He said the guy was a real asshole, but he was highly respected amongst his people. But, you know, my dad, you know, he put his life on the line along with everybody else that was there that made it back. And some did make it back. But at least when they came back, they took care. My dad got anything he needed, you know. When his hearing started to go, they gave him, you know, free hearing aids. He needed glasses. They gave him an eye exam and new glasses. He was missing a tooth that had nothing to do with the war, but they paid to get a permanent tooth put in. You know? It was never an issue about anything he needed. We took care of those guys to some degree. But now you look at Korea, Vietnam, the Gulf War, and any other stupid skirmishes we were in. We shit on everybody that came back, especially Vietnam. You know. It ain't right. You know, I have a friend who served in Vietnam. I don't think he saw any actual action. He claims he did, but one of his buddies that was also there said no, he never actually fought. I think he worked in the kitchen or somewhere. But regardless, you know, he came back. He's got the Agent Orange poisoning. He's already had a couple of strokes, you know. And he's got, you know, I mean, he's doing the best he can, but where's the government helping him out? They're not. They just don't give a damn. It ain't right, you know. That's why I said I think the best thing we can do is give them free housing. And even that's really not enough, but it's a damn good start, all right? I mean, I wasn't in the service. I'm not a veteran, unfortunately. I had other plans at that particular point in time. I wanted to get in the reserves, but they wouldn't let me. They wanted full-time soldiers, and I had a wife and 2 kids. I said, no, I don't want to be a full-time soldier, you know. But I was willing to do the reserves just for the training. But they said, oh, no, we don't need no reservists, you know. You either come in full-time or don't bother. So I walked out. Hell with you. But that was, I think, in 79 or 80, somewhere around there. 77, I don't remember. It was late 70s. JD, you're right, help the vet. And we should be taking care of the vets. Right now, they're shitting on the vets, kicking them out of motels that they were actually housing them in to put illegals in. What the hell? You know? I tell you, you got to give the veterans a lot of credit, because if that were me out there, I'd find myself a weapon and go take care of business. You know? And I'm really surprised that they're not. I mean, they have every right to. You know? Take my house, I'll just kill you and your family, you know? Yeah, what can I say? Gerald said 20 years in the United States Air Force. Cool. Thanks for your service. Joe said he did his 4. Thank you for your service, too. Grandpa did 4 years in USAF. Thank you for your service, Grandpa. So I'm saying I unfortunately didn't get a chance to do that, but either way, I'm still a patriot, you know. I didn't take the oath, but I understand the oath, and I will follow it. Derek says, crazy homicidal maniac. Can you say euthanasia? There you go. Euthanasia. I love it. JD says Oregon should put them in the governor's mansion. Yeah, there you go. Like I said, you know, it really does. It pisses me off to no end. Hey, Tom Strange and Things. How you doing, Tom? Good to see you. We're talking about veterans and how we're not really taking good care of them, and how I think they should all get free housing. You know, not a mansion, but a decent house. You know, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. That's theirs forever, tax-free. You know, just because they went out, they fought for their country. And I think they deserve that. Unfortunately, the government doesn't see that. The government sees them as a burden. You know, well, F the government. But, so like I said, you know, now Trump also wants to execute the drug dealers. I'm 100% for that one. You know, line them up, hang them, problem solved. And I think we should go one step further and hang the drug users too. And I'm not talking pot smokers, because I don't consider pot a drug. I don't use it, but to me that's not a real drug. But if you're using meth or cocaine or heroin, LSD, fentanyl, any of that shit, screw it. You're a burden to society. Just take them out and be done with it. You know, and you'll see a lot of that shit come to a halt, because, you know, that's like this that stuff that the shot they give them. I can't remember what it's called right now, but that brings them back after they OD. That's bullshit. You know, they've had guys Narcan. They've had guys got Narcan 5, 6, 7 times. They died from drug overdoses. Man, you get one shot. If you don't straighten up after your one shot where we bring you back to life, screw it, we let you die the next time. Where's the deterrent? If I do drugs and get high and OD, I die, they'll bring me back. I'll just keep on doing them. They'll keep bringing me back. It's bullshit, I tell you. You know? I think everybody should get, you know, one shot. Same thing with criminals. You know, you get one shot. If you serve your time, which shouldn't be real big if it's not serious, you do it again, well, next time we just kill you. You know? The first time, okay, maybe you didn't know. Maybe you're just an idiot. Maybe you're stupid. I don't know. But the second time, now you know. And you did it anyway, so there's no helping you. That was the thing I did with my kids. I didn't kill them, obviously, but they were allowed to break the rules or make a mistake once. He didn't really get in any trouble, you know. But if you did it again, now you knew. And you were going to get disciplined. You were going to get the belt, or you were going to get grounded, or you're going to lose your toys. Something that you weren't going to like. And my kids very rarely did the same thing twice, because they knew I wasn't kidding. You know. We need to treat criminals the same way. Now, Florida did the 3 strikes you're out deal. I don't know if that's still in existence or not. But the problem with that is that 3 strikes you get life imprisonment. That's not a penalty. That's a paid vacation. That's where you get to spend the rest of your natural life without any responsibility, No bills. If you get sick, we'll take care of you. If you're hungry, we'll feed you. You need clean clothes, we'll give you clean clothes. You know, it's bullshit. It should be 2 strikes, you die. You know, if you screw up a second time, well, there's just no excuse. You can't be helped. That's the way I would do it, you know, but I'm not in charge. And probably a lot of people are thanking their God for that. But, you know. And Thomas says, how about Adolf Hitler? There you go. I don't know who would eat off him, but hey. Russ said, I heard the Biden administration is now auctioning off unused board. Yes, they are. Stuff that's already paid for, that we paid for, by the way, and that son of a bitch is selling it basically at rock bottom prices, probably to the scrap guys, rather than use it, because it's already paid for. Use it and close the damn border. But you see, I got an issue with the whole border thing too. Now, I think the wall is a great idea. Because for the most part, it will be a deterrent from people, you know, going over it. However, I think we need to go one step further. Actually, 2 steps, but first off, we're not allowed to shoot illegal invaders because it goes against, you know, human rights and the United Nations. That's bullshit. Look, if you go to some countries like North Korea, you may get shot before you get over the fence. If you don't get shot, you're definitely going to prison probably for the rest of your life, which won't be very long. Why can't we do that? You know, if you cross over here, you get a bullet, oh well, you know, you were told, don't come here. You came anyway. We got to do something. But the first thing we really need to do is stop giving the damn country away. They come here because they get free food, free medical, free schooling, free housing. They get help to buy a car. They get driver's license. They get everything that a lot of us struggle for. Stop giving the shit away. You know, if I were president, the first day, it's all right, here's the deal. From this minute on, anybody who comes here illegally gets squat. You will get nothing. We won't let you work. We won't let you go to the hospital. We won't let you put your kids in school. We won't feed you. You know, we won't let you drive a car. If we catch you, and we will, we're going to throw your ass back over the border. And if you come again the second time, that'll be your last because we're just going to shoot you. If we did these things, the border would be fine. The wall would just be icing on the cake. Am I wrong? Maybe. But I think I'm right, and I think it'd work. Gerald says, I'm a Vietnam-era veteran. I was never sent to war zone. Well, you're lucky. From what I understand, it was a big mess. You know, there were a lot of war crimes were committed on our side as well as the enemy's. Me personally, I didn't want to go to war because I know what I would do. All right, I'm not really afraid of dying, but I don't want to die for no good reason either. So, you know, I had a friend. He was in the first Gulf War, which was a joke. They gave these guys their M16s, unloaded. They had no ammunition. Dropped them off the boat on the beachhead without ammunition. Fortunately, that was not real. I mean, it was just, I don't know what the hell it was. You know, Eric was there. He says, the enemy saw us, the Iraqis saw us. They immediately threw their guns on the ground and put their hands in the air. Even though we had no bullets, we couldn't shoot them if we wanted to. You know. And I'm going, well, see, now, if that were me, I'd have told my commander, fuck you, I ain't getting off this boat with anything less than everything I can hold for ammo. And if it moves, I'm shooting it. I don't care. That's me, you know. But if you're going to go there, then there should be no rules. The rules is you kill the enemy, try not to get yourself killed, and come home at some point. They got all these fucking rules of engagement and shit. What the hell is that? You know? Now, Vietnam, I was told, another guy I knew, he said that he was not party to it, but he heard about it, because remember, the one captain down there, I think he was a captain, he sent his platoon in and they wiped out women and children. They just shot them and killed them, which was considered a war crime. And the guy went to, he went to the brig for that. I don't know, he got in a lot of trouble over it. But once again, I don't know that I would do that, but keep in mind that it was also well known a lot of Vietnamese women would put explosives in their baby carriages and go to greet the enemy and just roll it out, and they'd go off and kill us. They were not. I mean, they were enemy combatants. We didn't know. If you have any doubts, shoot first, worry about it later. That's the way I would look at it. There was a lot of shit that went on there, Les was 6 years in the Army. Well, thank you for your service, Les. Derek says, good thing Jim is being careful what he says. Well, I'm not saying anything against the rules to my knowledge. I'm pretty sure anyway. I'm just saying what I would do if I were in charge. I think Trump is going to do a lot of these things. I don't know if he'll go as far as I would. I would hope he would. Because you're not going to fix anything otherwise, I was watching it. It was in New York City a couple days ago. There was a Trump rally. It was 15 or so cars just traveling slowly down Fifth Avenue in front of the Trump Towers building, with Trump flags and basically promoting Trump. So, of course, Antifa gets out there, them scumbags, and they block their road. Then, of course, they're cussing out the Trump supporters, calling them Nazis, and Trump's a Nazi and all that shit. I'm thinking to myself, if Trump were a Nazi, you'd be dead, Because the one thing they didn't do in Nazi Germany was get in the middle of the road and say Hitler was a Nazi. They would have been gunned down immediately. Because Hitler was a Nazi. Along with his SS. They didn't screw around. You badmouth somebody, boom, you were executed on the spot. We don't do that here, so obviously we're not Nazis. So anyway, these guys are blocking the road. They won't let the Trump rally people through. So the guy he had a big four-wheel drive with about 40 Trump flags on it and shit, right? He gets out of his truck. He says, look, dude, you got to get out of the road. He was actually pretty decent to this Antifa guy. Well, the Antifa guy gets right up in his face and, you can't tell me what to do. You're a disgusting Nazi sympathizer and all kinds of crap. And that guy said, what the hell is your problem? Well, about that time, here comes one of the local cops. So what does he do? He grabs a Trump supporter, says, you need to get away from here. You're causing problems. Excuse me? It wasn't the Trump supporters that were blocking the road. And I'm thinking to myself, if I were the cop, I'd probably get in a lot of trouble, but I wouldn't care, because that's the way I am. I'd have pulled my gun out and said, you got 3 seconds to get your ass out of the road before I gun you down, and the next thing you'll be protesting is your death. I mean, why are we not going after the criminals? It's illegal to block a highway. And yet the cops are sympathizing with the bad people. I got issues with this. If I were in charge, I'd make sure a law was created that if you stand and block a road as a protester, and the people in the cars, you're going to have two choices. They'll give you a verbal warning, then they run you over and go about their business and they don't get in any trouble. Because that's the way it should be. Don't get in front of my car, because I don't give a shit. I'll run you down. I don't care. It'll be a cold day in hell before I let somebody on foot try to dictate to me where I can drive and where I can't. Ain't going to happen. So, I think my thing stopped again. Damn it. I'm really getting so disgusted. 8:30. Normally this thing don't shut off until around 9 o'clock, the chat. Stupid chat. So what I'm going to have to do is, I'm going to minimize that. I'm going to bring up the actual chat. I can't put your comments up on screen, but, alright, what happened here? Well, not that one. Is it that one? No, it ain't that one either. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, at least I got chat. I can't put you up on the screen. At least I can read the damn chat anyway. See how much did I miss here? Okay, here we go. Dave, he was 4 years Army Security Agency. Thank you for your service, sir. Tom says Trump just got into motorcade to Fulton County Courthouse. Now, I mean, why are they doing it so late? I don't know. Man, they're idiots too. Oh, we're going to put him in jail. No, you're not. You know, I read an article. It's really funny. The question was posited. You know, well, if Trump breaks like his rules or whatever that they set out for him, and they actually arrest him and put him in jail, how would that work? Well, there's a lot of problems with that because remember, Trump is an ex-president. He has Secret Service for the rest of his life. All right? And yes, they would be required to go to jail with him. No, they'd have to clear out the jail anyway, or prison, whichever the case may be, because it'd be too much of a security risk, too many people there that could hurt Trump. But even an empty jail, they'd still have to have Secret Service there, so that, you know, he doesn't get Epstein. So, he's not going to jail. It's all a show trial. He's going to beat it anyway. Russ says 5 years in the Army. Thank you for your service, Russ. Tom, yeah, he did 4 years in the Air Force. Thank you for your service, Tom. Derek said, Tom, there should be 100,000 people lined up there for... So they should be. Gerald said, just tax-free would be nice. Well, and that's the least we could do for him, you know. A lot of them guys got a lot of medical issues and stuff, you know, because of the war. Like I said, I had a friend who was, you know, battling Agent Orange. Yeah, I don't even know if he's still alive, to be honest. Last I heard he had 2 strokes. That was a few years ago. I think he was only like 10 years older than me, maybe. But, you know, he had a lot of health issues. All from Vietnam. So, yeah, we owe them guys, man. We owe them a lot. Thomas Moore says, the government doesn't give a damn about the vet. My pawpaw Billy fought in World War II. And they did take care of World War II, the veterans. I mean, my dad they took care of. And some of the other vets that were in that era, they got taken care of too. I'm sure there were probably examples where they didn't, but for the most part, they did take care of them. But, you know, that's another thing too now. I had another friend. He was in the Korean War. And we were talking one night, and he didn't really like to talk about, and a lot of these guys, they don't like to talk about when they were, you know, in the war, and unless they're with someone that was there with them, I guess, you know, camaraderie or something. But I got him, he started talking to me, he says, you know, he says, I can't remember what he called it, he said, I killed one of them son of a bitches, and I took his rifle. He said, I still have the rifle. I said, really? So he goes up, he digs around in his spare room, he comes out with a World War II, I think it was a Mauser or something, I don't remember, but it was a rifle that he took off the enemy, one of the Koreans. And they were allowed to keep that stuff. That was called spoils of war. You can't do that anymore. Vietnam, they tried doing that, and they confiscated your stuff. And same thing with the Gulf Wars and all that, and Iraqi War. If you tried to bring home anything, it was intercepted, and you could possibly be jailed for it. That's bullshit, too, you know? I mean, I'd be all I'd be interested in anyway with weapons. I mean, there are a couple of, I think they were Vietnam veterans that brought home teeth that they took off the enemy. That's a little weird, but hey, if that's your thing, you know, so what? But, like I said, I don't know. Dave says, I agree with Gerald, or at least, no, they should not pay any taxes at all. You know what? All the government does is take that money and piss it away anyway. You know, how many billions of dollars did we just give Ukraine? That's our money. That's your tax money. You know, and they just give it away. Bullshit. You know, we should have a say in that. If they can afford to give it away, they don't need it. Therefore, we don't need to pay it. Well, I look at it anyway. Joe Rader says, good way to clean up the city, Jim. Well, absolutely. Why am I stuck here? There we go. Okay. Well, that was weird. This thing does weird things for some reason. I don't know why. Joe says, oh, yeah, Derek says, and anyone who employs them will get a $50,000 fine for each person. Of course, that's what they need to do. This is not rocket science, you know. Joe says, start shooting them and they will stop. Of course. And nobody's worth, this country's not worth dying for unless you were born here and have a stake in it. But if you're just looking to invade the country or get free shit, ain't nobody going to give their life for that. Tom says, UN, our government and church charities are funding the illegals coming here in transport. Well, that's true, they are. It's, like you said, it's bullshit. The only place we should be transporting them is back where they came from, you know? It's not rocket science. JD said, fly a squadron of C-130 gunships on the border, open fire one pass and they'll never... Yeah, you're right. Those C-130s, man, that's a wicked airplane. I should say the armaments on it are. Holy shit. If they actually did, they'd probably carve another Rio Grande there, you know. Yeah, but it's true. This is not hard. They come here because they know they're going to get free shit. I mean, look, if Mexico started giving out free shit to Americans that wanted to go over there, how many Americans you think would drop their shit and go over there? I mean, I would, because I don't like Mexico, and I can't learn the language, but a lot of people would say, hey, I'm going to Mexico. I can get free food, free housing, you know, all kinds of free shit. But see, Mexico don't do that. You go to Mexico illegally, the only place you get to go to is the local prison. And a life sentence in Mexico, I believe, is 5 years. You don't live any longer than that. Yeah. But they can come here and demand free shit. I don't think so. Ray says, oh shit, I am back. Was on the phone for a bit, making sure the trains are running right at Tammy and Ray, so they could run 3 trains for the family. Coming down this weekend. They're coming down this weekend to check out the layout. Oh, cool. She's doing a nice job on that castle area there. I mean, what she did with those the moats is incredible. I'm really impressed with that. Gerald said, puffs are fun to watch. I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it. And JD says, run them over. There you go. Andy, time for bed. Okay, well, thanks for hanging out, man, and we'll see you next week. Have a good weekend, man. And Dave says, puff the magic dragon. 1 puff was all that was needed. Oh, there you go. I get it now. Works for me. Ray says, I have heard the A-10 Warthog is good for border. Yes, it would be. Low-flying aircraft. You fly right on the deck with that thing, and it's lethal enough. My ex-girlfriend's ex-husband, he flew an A-10 in Vietnam. And he's dead, unfortunately. He withered away, but he had a drinking issue. But he used to tell me about some of the sorties they went on, man. That's a wicked airplane. Gerald says A-10 is great against tanks, but a puff is much better for a large crowd of people. That's true. Tom says RSBN has camera and motorcade. Lots of Trump supporters lining the streets for miles, still not at courthouse. There you go. Well, like I said, you know, and they're going to do a mugshot and everything. I don't even know if they'll even go that far. And why? We all know who he is. Do they really need a mugshot? All it's going to do is beef up his poll ratings even more than what they are now. I mean, what the Democrats fail to realize is they're actually helping Trump win in 24 instead of what they're trying to do by destroying him. It ain't working. They're idiots. Dave says, saw a Dan Bongino vid that said Trump should have took to jail. The Secret Service would have to close the entire prison for security. I think that was the same. I saw that episode too. That's what I said. And they couldn't. It would be a logistical nightmare to lock Trump up. It just would be. You know. And you're right, Tom. They probably would back down. Tom says, not courthouse, jail, just arrived. Okay. The law is already on the books for hiring illegals. The fine is $5,000 per day per employee. Yeah, but nobody's enforcing it. It's like the stupid gun laws we have, you know. If you use a gun in the commission of a crime, that's like way extra time for that. But do they do it? Not usually, you know. But God help you if you burn down a pride flag. Oh, you're going for life on that one. They may even execute you for that. Something wrong there. Hey, John Nippenberg, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Oh, like I said, you know, there's a lot of things I would do differently if I were president. Now, the reality is, I could never be president because nobody knows me. But even if I did become president, I'd probably be assassinated probably the first week. You know? And that's just, you know, the way it goes. But, you know, Gerald says if I was king, and I said that too, and I know it sounds bad, but this was I could do it, okay, because I'm not on a power trip. And I'm sure a lot of you guys probably be all right with it too. Like, a lot of people, if you put them in a position of power, it goes straight to their head, and they get stupid. But we actually need a dictator in this country. Just say maybe 6 months to a year. I mean, a guy that would be like totally conservative and say, okay, first we're going to start by no more illegals. You know, if you come across, we're just going to execute them. They don't give a damn what the UN says. And if the UN has a problem, we'll knock down the building and throw them the hell out too. You know. And, you know, we're going to make drugs really illegal this time. We're going to stop drug trafficking, which, you know, I think the government's in on it, to be honest with you. You know, how does all these drugs get into this country if they're not having help from the inside? You know. I mean, it makes you wonder. Could be wrong, but probably not. A lot of things I would do, you know. The, you know, little trans thing? No. That's now illegal. We catch you, we execute you. But we're going to give you, you know, we're going to give you 2 weeks to leave the country if you want to go that route. But if you stay here, well, you know, things aren't going to end well for you. This is what we need. You know, we need to use common sense and we need to go back to what's right and good. We're not doing that anymore. Everything now we're doing is the opposite. Well, yeah, John, it kind of was. And round 2 is probably not going to be any different. Maybe be worse this time. I don't know. But the bottom line is, if you get the, you know, there's a good probability you won't live through it anyway. So I wouldn't get that thing. I didn't the first time. Never got any of the B's either. And I'm not going to do it this time either. They can kiss my ass, you know. And I think if we all stick together and buck it, you know, say, oh no, we're not going to go along with this, that it may just go away as quick as it can. I mean, come on, it's a little suspect anyway, you know. I mean, it was already, people talked about this 2 years ago. They said, well, you know, this is going to happen again when the 24 elections come up. And lo and behold, it is. You know. Well, yeah, Tom, they really are. I mean, supposedly, I think they said either the 3rd or 4th week of September, they're going to reinstitute the face diapers. And then shortly thereafter, they'll actually do lockdowns. You know, and we fall for that, well, we get what we deserve, I guess. Because we already know it's bullshit, you know. Ray says, thank God I live where we fly the American flag proudly and support our vets. Unfortunately, it is country, but working hard on the state, they are waking up if they want to get elected. And that's what we need to do, too. We need to really just sit down and say, well, here's the deal. Don't forget who's in charge here. You work for us, not the other way around, you know. Unless, of course, you're Biden. He thinks, you know, we work for him. In fact, some guy says, you know, he worked for me. And Biden goes, no, I don't. Well, go screw yourself or something to that effect, you know. And this is the kind of people that we don't need in government. So Gerald says, if you want your dick cut off, you come here. I have a dull rusty knife. There you go. Did you hear the latest one? I didn't follow up on this, but just the gist of the story is that the FDA, at least the FDA, one of them three-letter agencies, just approved a uterus transplant for men. So if you're a trans man or trans woman, whatever the hell they are, a man trying to be a woman, you can now get a uterus from a dead woman implanted in your body. And I don't know about you, but I got a lot of problems with that. All the ways around. You know. And who are these dead women that are voluntarily giving up body parts? Do they know about it, or are they just going to take them regardless? You know. There's something wrong here, man. Dave says, that's right, Tom. They already started, up in California. Well, California's always the first to do stupid shit anyway. Rick's River Basin, Raising Trains. Hey, Rick, how's it going? Glad you're here. As well, when it's Japan's turn, they just dumped a whole bunch of contaminated water. I didn't read that story. I have a feeling it's not what the headlines say it is. I would be willing to bet it's treated somehow. Because really, putting radioactive water in the ocean doesn't seem like a brilliant idea. And I'm thinking they probably cleaned it up somehow, or to some degree, to where it's not nearly as lethal as if it just went in there. I'll have to read up on that story. I'll probably do a video on it at some point. Dave says, all these variants are weaker, just want us under... Well, of course. And that's the whole thing about variants. Every iteration of a variant, or of the main disease, is always weaker than its primary. And that's a medical fact, and most people know that. JD says they never stop things starting up in count. Well, of course not. They're stupid over there, you know. That's why you left, right, JD? Because they're stupid and you're not. Tom says only 6 cases of the new flu scattered over the world. WHO and CDC going, but of course they are. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the whole, you know, knock down the numbers a little bit. That's what they want to do. Ray says, I get random emails from candidates. I ask questions and some listen. Others have no clue what we are asking about. I hear you on that, man. I don't waste my time anymore. I think most of them are just full of shit anyway, you know. Especially if they promise you too much. You know they're lying, you know. Dave says, ocean is a big place. Don't think they want to spoil their main foods. That's true. Dave says, that is so gross, Jim. Hell yeah, but you know. Hey, Raymond Anthony, 127. How you doing, Ray? Good to see you here. He says humanity is crumbling into pieces. Well, kind of. Gerald says organ donors. Yeah, I guess technically if you're an organ donor, they can take anything they want. Usually they don't take your uterus, though, you know. They usually go for hearts, kidneys, you know. That's insanity. You know, you're right. I mean, Russ has got it. Delusional and insanity. It really is. John says, good luck making it work. A fool and she's money. There you go. And who's gonna? And of course, the doctors are gonna get rich off it anyway, and they won't guarantee that it works. I don't actually see how it could. You would need more than just the uterus anyway. You would need the fallopian tubes. You need a vagina for one. You know, an actual one. And there's a lot of components there you need that are not compatible with men. Period. So we don't have the proper bone structure in our hips to deliver children. So even if a man could get pregnant, in theory anyway, it'd have to be a C-section. He couldn't deliver it naturally because his hips aren't wide enough. I don't even know if the baby can survive even in the womb of a man. It may not be big enough, period. You know? God had a plan when he fixed, men and women. He made us different for a reason, It'll be the first time you can call a man a cunt. That's true. It'll probably piss them off just as much as it does the women, too, right? Ray says, JD, I never face diapered up in Cali and don't do it. I won't either. I wore my bandana in the doctor's office because I had to. But any place else, I refused. You want to kick me out? Go ahead. Call cops. Have them remove me. None of them did. But I think they were surprised that I stood my ground, because a lot of people, well, so you're going to have to leave. Okay. I'm not like that. You want me out, and I have a perfect right to be there, you're going to have to get the law in there to remove me, Let's see. The showstopper was put in place to save Big Pharma. That's possibly true, too. Well, I think it's mostly about knocking the numbers down. Remember, they're trying to go from 8 billion to 500 million. That means 7.5 billion people have to go away. You can't just shoot them because somebody's going to, oh no, this ain't going to work. We're going to fight back. But it's hard to fight back against the disease, isn't it? Even if the disease may not be real. It just depends, like I said. Raymond says, I'm getting tired of living here in the Soviet, I'm in California. Yeah, I hear you. I'd get out of there. Oh, West Coast is just a waste. They say he became, I think they said he gained $5 million out of that deal. I believe. I'm sure it was a lot more, but that was what was on the books. John wants to know, did Hurricane Hillary affect you, Raymond? Dave, good one. The emails I get from Kennets require money donations for your voice to be heard. They won't let you. That's true. I've gone through this. I started figuring that out real quick because the first few I did, I went to hit, send. Oh, but wait a minute, you got to send us some money. No, I don't. How about that one? I don't give anybody money because I don't have any. You guys are getting millions of dollars in donations. And you got the nerve to beg for money from me? I'm having a tough time paying my bills. I don't think so. John says they want the green, Ross. Of course they do. It's a big waste anyway. There's all those climate people could volunteer to stop breathing, in my humble opinion. Can't argue with you there. Gerald said the Big C was just a practice run. That's very possible, I think a lot of it was to see how gullible and controllable the people were. Unfortunately, many of them weren't. Although, in my opinion, I think it was mostly Democrats and probably a few rhinos or Republican in name only. But probably the ones that went and got the, I can't, there were too many people that I talked to like me that said, oh no, that's not happening. You know, my doctor suggests. I says, "Are you stupid?" You know. He says, "You don't want to do it." Well, hell no. I already had it anyway. I got it at 19. Both me and my wife did. We didn't go to the hospital. We thought we had the flu. 10 days later, it was gone. We were fine. You know. I'm probably immune to it anyway now. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll take my chances. You know. I've never been with for anything. You know. Not for pneumonia, not for the flu, not for shingles. That's all right. I'll take my chances. You know. They said they finally named one after the Wicked Witch. Oh, the hurricane, yeah. And it says Hurricane Hillary Clinton didn't affect me where I live. Well, that's another thing too. There's a rant right there. I'll tell you what. Is it time for a rant? Damn right it is. Hurricanes. Now, you guys that live on the East Coast, especially Florida, and really even the Gulf states, you've probably been hearing nonstop about all the killer hurricanes that are on their way. Now, a hurricane supposedly just hit Texas, I think around maybe Houston or one of the places. Houston or Austin, I don't remember which. It really wasn't a hurricane. It was a glorified thunderstorm. Okay? I looked at it, I'm going, well, where's the circular clouds? Where's the rotation? Lots of rain. Wind speed, I think, was 50 miles an hour. That's a thunderstorm. You know. But they were trying to get everybody, you know, fear-porned up. You know, oh, God, we're going to get hit with a hurricane. We better go out and spend some money to, you know, board up our windows and shit. And I think a lot of this is really about getting you to spend money. Because people will spend money if they think they're going to die, you know. So, there's 3 more out in the Atlantic. So I get that. I open up the radar map. I click on, you know, clouds and radar and get the big picture of the area. And I'm thinking, all right, where's the depressions at? 2 depressions, there wasn't even any cloud cover there. Well, there wasn't really many rain either. So how do you have rain, or no rain and no clouds, and still have a depression that's going to turn into this killer hurricane? They're lying. They want you to believe that because they said there's going to be a lot of named storms. You know, they updated it. You know. But the thing is, and I read this on a weather channel, we're in El Nino. El Nino is a, I think it's a low pressure system or high pressure, I'm not sure which, coming down from the northwest. And it's pushing everything in the Atlantic farther east. So it's going to keep any potential hurricane, tropical depression from hitting our country because of the El Nino winds. But I guess they forgot they told us that and say, well, you know, they're coming right at us. Now, the one out there, they called it a hurricane. It was a Category 1. It was heading almost straight north up the Atlantic. Nowhere near the country. But once again, when I opened up the clouds and the radar, I didn't see any clouds. I didn't really see any rain. Where's the hurricane? Hurricanes, you know, circular clouds with a hole in the middle, the eye, and it didn't have any of that stuff, so somebody's lying. I could be wrong here, but I'm telling you, it's bullshit, you know? And this isn't the first time. Gerald said it hit around Brownsville. Okay, I wasn't sure. Johnson Dodger Stadium looked like it had a moat around it. Well, they got a lot of rain. There's no doubt. Hey, Artie, how's it going? Good to see you. But rainstorms and hurricanes are 2 different animals, okay? I mean, rain could be deadly too because, you know, you get flooding. But at least you won't get blown away while you're drowning. So, you know, but they're lying about this stuff. It's fear porn. They're trying to scare people either to spend money on unnecessary things you should have anyway, you know. Now, I have batteries, I have flashlights, I have food, other important things that you need to have in a shit it's the fan scenario, but I have that stuff. I've had that stuff for the last 15, 20 years. Because, we live in an area where things happen. If you live in Florida or North or South Carolina or Georgia, any place where hurricanes traditionally hit, or Texas or Alabama, any places, you should already be prepared. If you're not, you're a fucking idiot. You know. So, consequently, if there's a hurricane barreling down on Florida, I don't have to run to the store and buy a generator or food or flashlights or batteries or lantern. I don't have to buy that shit because I already have it. You know? And if you live in these areas, you should have that stuff too. Tom Grassi says, Category 1 hurricanes is for pussies. Well, that's true. They're not a big deal. You get up in the 3, 4, and 5, now you're talking some serious, that's a serious storm, but that doesn't happen often, thank God. Rick says he got 5 inches of rain last night, had a flash flood. And it does happen, and like I said, you can't always be prepared for what nature's going to throw at you. I mean, not fully prepared, but you should be somewhat prepared. I even went out and bought an inflatable boat. It's a, I think it's a 6 or an 8 man boat. I think it's like 30 foot long. Or no, 16 foot long. I don't remember. It's big though. It's big enough where you can't blow it up with your mouth. You got to use a pump on it. And I bought that just in case because we were in Naples when that big hurricane hit. Can't remember what it was called now. 4 years ago, whatever it was. And we almost had water in the house. I mean, it was this far from getting inside the house. It was out on the front porch. And I was kind of getting a little nervous. And I actually had a ruler out there. We had 6 inches of water on the ground. And they were talking about, basically a tidal wave or storm surge, which is a fancy term for tidal wave, coming in that was going to be 25 foot tall. I'm thinking, yeah, but we're a mile from the water. By the time it gets here, it'll be a foot, But still, I didn't have a boat, and I'm thinking, well, I can't really swim. I'd be screwed. My wife, we'll just climb in the attic. I said, well, if there was a 25-foot surge, you would drown in the attic. Well, I'd punch my way through. No, you wouldn't. Not even on a good day. We couldn't do it. I mean, you need tools to break through a roof, And I just had a new roof put on anyway. It was pretty solid. I said, no, that's the last thing you want to do is get in the attic, You got to get a rope, maybe tie yourself to a high point of the tree and hope for the best, I don't know. But so yeah, I went out and bought the boat after that and said, well, if it does happen again, we load up in the boat, me, the wife, and all the dogs, and we float away. Not a guarantee you'll survive, but gives you better odds. But I mean, that's all you can do is try and get what you think you're going to need in the event of certain emergencies. And that's one of the reasons why I moved up here. We're dead center in the middle of Florida. So even if a hurricane, it doesn't matter whether the hurricane comes up the Gulf or through the Atlantic, by the time it gets here, it really settles down. So even if a 4 hit the beach on either side, by the time we got the effects of it, it'd be down to a 1, if even. That one last year or 2 years ago came through, I can't remember the name of it. I think we had 60-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, I was sitting in the house watching the trees bend, but no damage whatsoever. And it wasn't no big. We had no flooding or anything. Of course, I'm on high ground, but that's one of the main reasons I moved up here, because I really had a bad feeling about Naples. And Naples got devastated. So did Fort Myers, Marco Island, and Sanibel Island. They got hammered, And I kind of knew it was going to happen at some point. So I said, yeah, we're going to move on. Something in my head said it's time to go. But it was God talking to me, or my subconscious, I can't say one way or the other, but I just felt it was time to go. Put up the house for sale, sold real fast, and found this place, bought it, and moved in. You know. Now, I don't believe that these are natural storms anyway. I don't know if we can actually create hurricanes, but I do believe we can steer them. Seeing how the last few storms have been a little weird, I'd say something is steering now because, you know, hurricanes don't do loop-de-loops in the Atlantic and then decide to hit something. You know, they either travel north, northwest, you know, maybe a little bit south, but they just don't spin around in circles doing donuts in the water and then decide, oh, we're going to go ahead and hit land anyway. That's not natural. And the stupid chat stopped again, and it's the real chat. What the hell's going on with this thing? God, I hate this. Let me go. I'm going to detach the chat over here. I'm so pissed off with this stuff. And pop out the chat. Go back over here. Where does the chat go? There's the chat. Hey, I gotta solve this problem at some point. I don't know how, but I'm going to. Alright, let's see. High ground in Florida, what, 10 foot? Actually, in the middle of the state, we don't have mountains, but we do have hills. And I'm not sure what our elevation here is. I think Tom knows. I think he looked into it because we only live 10 miles apart. And I'm pretty sure now, in Naples, we were 3 foot above sea level. So if you took a shovel and dug down 3 foot, you'd hit water. Here, I'm thinking it's probably, where I'm at, it's probably 20 or 30 feet, I would guess. Yeah, climb on the roof is better than the attic, without a doubt. And like I said, you know, I'm more rational when I plot out things, you know. Like I said, I'm not really worried about dying so much, but I'm not going to do anything completely stupid either, you know what I'm saying? There's, Artie says, if you live in an area when you know storms, floods, fires, etc., one always needs to have emergencies. Well, of course. That's the way we've been taught. Well, and we used to be taught that way here, too, you know. 2 or 3 generations ago. Like my grandparents, they always had food, supplies, you know. They didn't have a lot of stuff we had because it wasn't really available, you know. Like my grandmother and grandfather, their cellar was stocked with, you know, canned food. They had flashlights and lanterns, mostly oil lanterns. They had all the things that they needed to survive, you know. They had their own wells, so they had, you know, up north in Jersey, you could drink the well water. Most of the wells are deep enough to where you get good water out of them. So they were set up, you know. Like I said, the only thing you really had there was, you know, snowstorms. If a blizzard happened, now there was a bad blizzard before I was born, according to my dad. I think he said it was in '56. I was born in '59. He said they had 6-foot drifts. You couldn't get out of the house. And I think they were trapped there for almost a week before the snow finally melted. So you had to have food on hand and water and, you know, the necessities to sustain your life. And like I said, back in the day, they mostly did. So, but somewhere along the line, we got away from that. And, you know, well, that's okay. You know, the government will take care of us. Yeah, bullshit. I don't rely on anybody to take care of me. I take care of myself. So, you know. John Nipper says, here, 2 media outlets got big fines for misleading viewers. Good. As they deserved it, absolutely. John says, thought the melting ice caps were sending Florida to the bottom of the Atlantic. That's a lie. You know, look, I've talked about this, and I swear to God, you guys could do it yourselves to prove that I'm right. Get a bowl, a big bowl, fill it full of ice and blow over the top it off with water till it gets to the rim, and see what happens when the ice melts. It will not overflow, it will go down because solids, or ice, displaces more area than liquid does. This is a science experiment we all did in grade school. You know? My wife didn't believe me. I says, all right, get a damn bowl. We filled it up with ice, filled it up with water, and, you know, next morning she got up and it was about this much lower in the bowl. Well, I don't understand. It's because ice is solid. Something solid takes up more room than something liquid. Because she didn't really understand the displacement theory, you know. But once again, if the polar ice caps do melt, the water's going to go down. It ain't going to go up. I saw a thing on MSN yesterday. He says, if we don't fix climate change by 2050, this is what the world will look like. They had Washington, D.C. mostly underwater. All right. London mostly underwater. Paris mostly underwater. No, that's not going to happen. Let's see, what does it say here? Russ says, my town in Oregon is about 180 foot. Pacific Ocean would have to rise several thousand feet to get over the coast range. We have rivers that flood almost every winter. Well, yeah, like I said, but that's from excessive rains, you know, and from the snow melting, but that's not the same as ice. They're saying if the polar ice caps melt, the seas will rise 25 foot or more. Bullshit, okay? It's just not going to happen. Now, what does happen is that race's water expands when frozen, not the other way. Exactly. Hey, Curtis, how you doing? What'd you miss? Everything. You'll have to watch the replay. We discussed a lot of 3D stuff and, you know, some of the prints that I'm making. You have to watch the replay. What's that? Damn, I hate this. John says, Greta Grumpy wouldn't be happy here. Well, I don't give a damn what she's happy about. She's full of shit too and she knows it. You know? Artie says, I'm prepared for fires too. We will see and smell it coming. We've been told we are in high-risk area. We've been preparing now for 3 months. And exactly, if you know it's coming, well, hopefully. Now, I don't know what happened in Maui. There's some weird shit going on there, but I don't think that was accidental either. Whose mugshot, Tom? Was that Trump's, you mean? I wouldn't be surprised. Wonder if anybody told the climate dipshits Iceland has active volcanoes under it venting. Well, of course. That's what I'm saying. You know, even if these things would happen, we have no control over it. Every time a volcano blows off, it throws so much heat and shit into the atmosphere, more than we did probably since we've been on this planet, just in one session. You know, you can't stop volcanoes from blowing their top. What the hell is the word for it? There's a word for it. It's resilient, you know. We're not good enough to destroy the planet. I think we could probably destroy ourselves, but when all is said and done, the planet will come back. We won't. You know. I really believe that. I just don't see us, you know, wiping out, blowing up the planet or whatever. I don't think we have the capacity to do it. Even though there's some people that would try and convince you they can. Or you said what happened in Maui shouldn't have happened. Well, that's true. Something, I don't know if it was a directed energy weapon or a bunch of people simultaneously starting small fires. I mean, it circled the whole town. That in itself is weird. But it was so hot, it actually melted metals. And yet, I don't know if you saw, there's a YouTuber, what the hell, Squirrel something, I don't remember what her name is, but Squirrel Tribe. She does reports on this stuff, and she had on her laptop a picture of Lahaina, where the fires hit the hardest. Everything is destroyed except for one house with a red roof. It was in pristine condition. Everything on each side of it and behind it was completely melted down. How does that happen? You know, there was reports that cars, half the car was incinerated, the other half was like new. No. If you had a fireman get near a car, it would blister the paint on the whole car regardless. So there's some abnormalities there that just are anomalies that don't add up. But I'm not gonna pretend to know what the hell is going on. But something is definitely going on there. Russ says wildfires are more frequent and dangerous since the climate mafia. Well, that's true, and they will. Am I buffering now? Shit, that sucks. I'm looking good on my end, though. It could be on your end, Tom. Got no drop frames. I'm in the green. CPU's running at 24%. And I'm not showing any buffering on my laptop, so probably on your end. They probably don't want you to hear what I got to say. Corey says, Derek, Greta knows. Yeah. She doesn't know shit. Derek says the Earth started as a molten blob, 1,000 degrees Celsius, and gradually cooled. Then it was hit by a giant meteor and got covered in dust and froze and warmed up. No one knows what. Well, I don't necessarily agree with any of that, but it's possible. I don't think that the Earth is 1 billion years old. I think it's 10,000 or 12,000 according to the Bible. But, I'm more biblically inclined to believe what the Bible says than what a bunch of idiot scientists say, So, and I said, they keep saying that the center of the Earth is a molten core. How do we know? Nobody's ever gotten there. The farthest ever drilled was 9 miles. The Russians did it. Took them 20 years for a 4-inch hole, 9 miles down. They couldn't drill any further. Kept breaking to bits. 9 miles, you're still in the crust. You haven't even hit the mantle yet. You got the crust, the mantle, I think the outer core, and then the inner core, which is supposed to be molten lava. Remember, it's 12,000 miles down, half the diameter of the Earth, to get to the center. 9 miles isn't even close. They don't know. They're just making up shit, And as soon as I get some legal matters sorted out, John, I got court starting on 26 September, which needed to be postponed due to my recent surgery. Well, that sucks. Water is a weird molecule, expands when heated, steam, and frozen, and is fluid in between and can be destructive in all matters. That's true. Like I said, solids displace more area than liquid does. However, water doesn't compress well. That's another oddity as well. Hey, T4, how's it going? Good to see you. I'm doing pretty good, T4. I hope you are too. Derek says, Corey, can you imagine being known the world over for being that stupid from her age? I'd get plastic surgery and change my... And she ain't nothing to look at anyway, She's, actually, if you ask me, she's kind of on the ugly side, I wouldn't want to date her for too many reasons. One, she's stupid, and I just don't see her as attractive. I mean, she's probably one of them broads that would bitch about everything you did, and tell you the right way to do it because she's the expert. I got no time for that shit. John says, I was hoping we'd get some good barbecue, Artie. There you go. Yep, Ray Burleson. Funny how something with no brain can be so dangerous. Well, we got a lot of that going here, you know. You got Biden, you got, you know, half the people on the planet apparently. They got no brains either. Junk steel, there you go. Gerald said, Jim, you know, I thought she was. Um, I've heard that she might be. She kind of looks, like I said, she's not an attractive woman. And I'm not, you know, I've got nothing against autistic people. I mean, sucks, you know. But there's just something about her that I don't like, you know. Corey says, I wouldn't fuck Greta with heat stick. I hear you there, Corey. Oh, you couldn't pay me enough to fuck that, man. There ain't no way. Ray says, that's how hydraulics work. You can't compress a liquid. That's true. John says, poor Heath. I'm not touching that one either. And it is true, really. I mean, you know, when you think about it. I don't know. It's like I said, it's just, there's just something seriously wrong there. So, you know. I don't know. But that's what I'm saying. And, you know, you've heard me bitch about this for probably the last few months. I hate liars. You can do a lot of shit to me. You can steal from me. You can, I don't know, you know. I mean, even if you steal from me, I'm probably going to get even either way. But the worst thing you could do to me is lie to me. And that's just the bottom line, you know. T4 says, Jim, well, we're both living on the same earth. As we know, it's a mixed bag here for sure. Yes, it is. Hardy says, just put a brown paper bag over her, and she'd be right. No, she wouldn't be. Because once you've seen that, you can never unsee it. Nice try, though. Gerald says, how much whiskey would you need? A lot. I don't think bear goggles would even really, you know, camouflage that. Derek says, put the flag over her face and fuck her for old glory. All right. Curtis, oh, we're talking about, the hell's her name again? Greta Thunberg. You know, the climate activist. That woman ain't, or girl ain't right, you know. You know, when I hear a name like Greta, I think of some old fat Swedish woman, you know. Or maybe it was a German woman, I don't remember which, but I don't know, just Tom's Grassy says politicians lie to us all. Yes, they do. Hell, it's down to an art for them, you know. If they did tell the truth, they'd probably burst into flames. Artie says, then you can give her something to cry about and make her squeal like a pig at the slaughter. Yeah, maybe. Derek says, the caring of climate. Yeah, that's true. Curtis says, Gerald, the Dems puppy. It could be. Dave, how dare you? That is funny, no matter how you look at it. A two-bagger, one for her and one for you, in case hers rips. There you go. I think we used to call them double baggers, right? You bring me back to my childhood now. But it's true, though, you know. I'm telling you, I feel sorry for anybody that dates her, if that's even possible, you know. And she'd probably try and make him do it the green. I don't know how you screw somebody green, but you know, she may know how. I don't know. John says it's like riding a moped. Yeah, fun to do, but you don't want your friends to see you on it, right? I heard that one before. Ray says, I used to drink Jack Daniels by the case. I haven't for years. Don't make me go back to those times. LOL. I hear you. Face down so you can see what an ass she is. Well, you probably wouldn't know a difference either way. Must be pick on Greta night, right? Yes, I mean, you know, how old was she? 16 or something like that? I mean, she's not very old. I think she might be older. I'm not sure, but what the hell does she know about climate change? For that matter, what the hell does anybody know about it? We've only been monitoring the climate for a little over 100 years with any scientific, you know, perspective on it. You can't tell anything or make a decision. Greta's 20 now? Damn, she is ugly for 20 years old. Is that called climate carrying sex? Yeah, maybe. Russ, that sounds like torture. It would be, believe me. I wouldn't go there. Ugly. I haven't heard that word since I was a kid either. A teenager, anyway. The hell was they talking about? I lost my train of thought. You know, just like Tom, my train of thought left the station. My train just fell off the tracks. We'll have to get it back on there. But I gotta make me up a sign like that. In any case, yeah, eventually I'm going to figure out, I kind of know how, but I'm not ready to do it yet. But at some point, I'm going to be doing live streams on Rumble, just like Tom does, Tom Strange and things. And then we can talk about whatever the hell we want. Now we have to be kind of guarded what we talk about, but which really sucks because I don't like playing games. I like to be direct. But if I did that here, I would get striked for sure. So I have to be careful. But, oh yeah, so anyway. So we've only been monitoring the weather for a little over 100 years. You know, probably since about the turn of the 20th century, probably, you know, 1900, thereabouts, maybe a little bit before. But, you know, I'm sure the cowboys didn't go out in California and walk outside. Well, everybody got a thermometer to find out how hot it is today. They probably didn't give a shit. It was too hot to go out. They went back in and had a shot of whiskey, you know. They came back out at nighttime. But they really didn't, you know, I don't think they really cared. I mean, it didn't matter. You know, how many thermometers were there around in the 1800s? Were there any? There might have been. I don't know. Nobody talks about it. Russ wants to know, what is your beverage of choice, Jim? Well, it used to be rum and Coke. I love rum. I can't drink it anymore because of my health issues, but that was my thing. You know. And I was, well, now I drink ginger ale, but, you know, but at the time, rum and Coke, and I would drink 151 rum with Coke, you know. And I very rarely got drunk because, you know, I could drink a glass or two at a reasonable pace and not get plastered. I enjoyed it. I liked the taste of it. Like I said, I had a friend who used to go down to Panama once a year. He had a private plane, and he would bring me back a couple of bottles of Panamanian rum. Stuff was like $1.50 American. Best rum you ever had. Yeah, he did that to me a few times and kind of lost track of them. But I used to look forward to getting that rum. I wasn't really a beer drinker. I mean, I drank some beer, but beer really didn't do it for me. Ray says, I thought that's how deep the foundation was on her face. Just not sure which measurement to use. Bad. Charles says, Jack and Mexican Coke. Mexican Coke? Oh, you mean the stuff with sugar cane in it? I used to get that all the time. Cost a little more, but it tasted so much better. In a glass bottle, no less. Assuming you're talking about the drinking Coke and not the other one. I never did cocaine. Wasn't my thing. Dave says, Corey, what is your YouTube link? You can post your link, Corey. It's not a problem. Go ahead and do it. I have no objection to people posting links. Let's see, what else was I going to say? Yeah. So that's where we're at right now. It's a big mess. It really is. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm not really that worried about it. Yum cane sugar. Yeah, it's good, Cheryl. I used to, or Sam's Club used to sell it. They'd sell a case of the small Pepsi or Coke bottles that were from Mexico in glass bottles. I don't. It was expensive. I mean, it was like almost 70 or 80 cents a bottle buying it bulk like that. But it was good stuff. Derek says, John, don't even say Coke or you will never get rid of Hunter. Yeah, right. There's a guy who needs to go to prison. I don't think it'll ever happen, but it needs to. He's a powder hound. There you go. What's the other thing they call him? Nose candy? Or nose sugar? Or they got all kinds of weird terminology for that stuff. I never did Coke. I was afraid of it, you know. I didn't do anything. The only thing I ever did, I smoked a little bit of pot when I was a teenager for a very short period of time. I decided I didn't really like it. And we used to get the hell what they call Black Beauties. They were, you go to the doctor if you were a pound overweight. It was a dietary supplement, but I didn't take them to get high, but it did help you lose weight. And I didn't really have a weight problem. It was prescription speed, so it kept you awake longer. I did that for a while, but like I said, I didn't get high off it. I don't like getting high. But that's really the only thing I ever did, you know. I mean, I've taken painkillers before for actual pain, you know. Like I said, I never did shit to get high because it doesn't do it for me. Russ says Hunter is a lifelong crackhead. Yes, he is. And a jackass too to boot. T4 says it's mostly herbal tea for me now. Yeah, I hear you. Charles says mother's little helpers. There you go. John says it's for my glaucoma. Yeah, well, that's true. And there's some things that, you know, I got no issue with pot. I said, if you want to do pot, knock yourself out. I personally don't like it, but I don't care who does it. That's on you, you know. I think if you use it excessively, it will actually make you stupid. I've known many potheads. They're a total waste of fucking breath, you know. But then again, I know people who took it, you know, for medical reasons, and it does help them. So hey, you know, whatever works. Derek says, yeah, John, smoke it till you can't see. There you go. Nah, it doesn't work that way. Ray says, I did Coke once, but the bubbles burnt my nose. Never snorted again. Can't you imagine? That would be bad. Let's see, it's about that time. All right, Dave, well, have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out with us, and have a good weekend. We'll see you next week. Rest of this person I like to have a clear. Well, I'm the same way. You know, I've been accused of being a control freak, and I guess to a point I am. That's why I never like getting drunk. I've only been drunk maybe 4 or 5 times in my entire life. I mean, really seriously falling down drunk, you know. I don't like being drunk because we had a guy. Now, he was young. I think he was probably 20 or 21. You know, a lot of us drank underage, but we'd throw these parties at a friend's house every weekend. There's one kid, I can't remember his name, he was a nice guy, but very stupid. He would come to these parties, and he would get so shit-faced he'd pass out long before we'd get home, so we'd have to take him home. So one time, you know, we gotta teach this guy something, you know. So what do you mean? As you girls are, you got any lipstick and makeup with you? Oh yeah, do them up. So they put lipstick on him, mascara, eyeshadow, all kinds of crap on his face, right? We threw him in the back of the car, took him to his house, rolled him off out into the ditch, you know. And I'm sure he woke up the next morning, went in the house, and his parents, he was still living with his parents. His parents must have thought he was as gay as shit, right? Because he was with a full makeup on him. And then, of course, waiting for we dress him, we'd put a dress on him, and make him up, and do say we did this shit 3 or 4 times over the course of, you know, so many weeks. And every time he'd come, he'd go, I'm not passing out this time. Okay. An hour later, he's passed out cold. Yeah, he finally stopped coming to the parties because his parents probably made him get counseling. They probably thought he was gay as shit, you know. We did it in fun, but, you know, I guess in a lot of ways it was kind of cruel. But, hey, whether two or not Harry, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh, booger sugar, that's what I was thinking of, yeah. I think my channel avatar will tell you my opinion on booger sugar. Quite possibly. But there's always somebody that comes to a party that does that. And I thought, that could be me. So there was no way in hell I would ever get so drunk that I would pass out. And I didn't really like getting drunk at all, so I remained, you know, I would fail a breathalyzer, but not by much, you know. So and that was my motivation to not get stupid drunk, because if I did this to someone, they'd probably do it to me, and I don't want to have to go there. And I see them all drunks and drug addicts. It doesn't matter. They'll do stupid things. And, you know, next day they're like, what happened? You know, well, dumbass, you know. T4 says, those that do it pay no attention to the laws. Those that don't need the laws. The idea that legalization of anything means everybody's going to run out and do it shows how dumb. That's true. You know, laws are just words on a piece of paper. If you're hell-bent on doing something, you will do it regardless. You know, and we all break laws to a certain degree. Every time I get in my car, I break laws. You know, speed limit? What's the speed limit? I don't run stop signs or anything, but you know, I drive aggressively. That's just the way I've always done it. You know, keeps me sharp. So, and Corey said, "Yeah, Russ, I am a pranker. I couldn't." We used to do a lot of weird shit, man. When I was a teenager, 13, 14 years old, I convinced my parents to let me live in the storage shed out behind the house. We had a 10 by 10 shed. I moved my bed in there with some insulation on the walls. You know, had the Playboy wallpaper in there. You know, my mother didn't have a problem, which is weird. She used to get me Playboy magazines. I don't know why. It's a little weird, but you know. So anyway, I had my naked women on the wall. Well, we eventually decided to put a phone in there, right? Well, I didn't have the money to actually pay for phone service, so I tapped into my neighbor's phone line. And she was at work most of the time anyway, so during the day nobody was home, so we could use the phone at will. Remember, this back in the days where it was difficult to trace a phone call and you didn't have caller ID or any of that shit. You know, this is long before cell phones. So we hashed up this two things we used to do. One was we'd call people randomly in the phone book in Naples and say, you know, pretend we were a DJ. This so-and-so? Yeah, it is. Well, you're a lucky day. I said, you're our 150th caller, or person to answer the phone, and if you sing us a song, we'll give you $50 for your prize. 99% of people would sing for us. Of course, we didn't give any money because, you know, bullshit. But the suckers would sing, but some of them were really bad. We did that a lot. And the other, we used to call it the suicide hotline. You know, that was always fun. So I'd call up and this woman would answer, you know, suicide hotline. I said, well, I'm calling for a friend. You heard this before, right? Well, what's the problem? I said, well, my friend, he's had suicidal thoughts. You know, he just don't want to live anymore. And she was real serious. I mean, she really thought we were serious. So I said, hey, what do you think I should tell him? Well, he obviously needs some help. You should probably get him to see a psychiatrist or somebody can help him out. And he's a little shy like that. I don't think he really wants to, you know, make an ordeal out of it. He's just trying to figure out what we can do to help him out. She says, well, what do you think? I said, I think he needs to get laid, you know. She says, well, sex may not be the solution. I said, well, he's still a virgin, you know. He says, I think if we can get him someone to have sex with, that would probably bump up his spirits and get him away from his suicidal thoughts. I mean, there was no way she was going to volunteer for it, but she says, well, do you know any place where he can do that? I says, well, I was hoping you could tell me. You know, and eventually I had to hang up on her because it was getting too deep, but we used to do this shit all the time. you know. And I had a lot of fun. I mean, nobody got hurt. And, it was what it was. Let's see, Corey says, we would tell people so-and-so was gay and it backfired. And they ended up scoring all the hot girls. Yeah, I could see that happening. That's why we never did that. You know. Corey says, Jim Playboy on the walls. Good thing it was a penthouse. He'd have carpet and curtains on the wall. They had carpet in there. Hey, it was kind of like home, It wasn't bad. I had my stereo in there. Had a little 13-inch color TV. Hooked up to the cable. I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I had friends sleep over all the time. Had a lot of fun. Ray says, we did the same things 40 years ago. It was all in fun. Now they want to arrest you for teaching to the youngsters. You had a Playboy wall too. Yeah, we all did this shit. This is back in the 70s, A long time ago. I guess it was about 40 years ago. 50, somewhere around there. It was all innocent. We used to do that. I had a neighbor. She did not like us for some reason. All right? Same one I tapped into her phone. She never called us. I mean, she never knew we tapped into her phone, but we used to go ahead and call the car dealerships back in the day, you could call a dealership and say, I'd like to test drive a car. Can you bring one over for me to test drive? And they would do it. So we'd call the Chevy dealer up, pretend to be this woman's boyfriend or husband, whatever we were, because she was single, and say, I'd really like to check out the new Chevy Nova, And she says, is there any way you could bring one down there so I can test drive it? Well, they'd come down to her house. We'd figure out what time she was home from work, Say, well, can you come around 5:30? Oh, yeah, no problem. They'd come over. A brand new car. Knock out of there. We're here with your car. You can test drive. She says, who the fuck are you, He used to piss her off to no end, but we did it constantly, like once or twice a month, Different dealerships would do it. It was fun. Like I said, if you did that today, I'd be in prison for life, for sure. So Jim, where does the shaggin' wagon going on the layout? Next to the sugar shack? No, I had one of those things. My first band was a 65 40 Econoline. I welded the back door shut. The driver's door was gull wing. I set that up and I put a bed in there and carpet, and it was pretty cool, Had some fun back in the day. That was a long time ago. But you could do those things. Today, if you did those things, you'd be in prison, No, yeah, you'd probably get sued to death, too. I mean, you just can't do that shit anymore. It really sucks because the kids today have no clue, And some of the things they do are actually downright dangerous. And they wind up going to prison anyway, but, I tell some of the newer kids this stuff, and they're like, why'd you do that? Because it was fun. Well, I don't understand. Well, John says, I think there's an English man with hookers on his layout. Oh, I got the nudes on the nude lake, right over here. Where the hell was it? That's right there, the Doodle Lake, and of course behind the trees is Heath. He's spying on him. But that's as close as I get to the hookers. So, I mean, I started driving when I was 12 years old. I got my first car at 12 years old. An old guy gave me a 1955 Oldsmobile Rocket. Big ass 4-door sled. And he just gave it. I mean, back in those days, anybody can get the title put in their name, even a kid. Nowadays, you have to have a valid driver's license and insurance to transfer a vehicle into your name, but back then you didn't. So I think it cost me like $4 to transfer the title into my name, right? So I owned this car. My mother found she went through the roof. She said, how the hell did you get a car? Guy gave it to me. You can't bring that car here. I had to keep it at a friend's house because she wouldn't let me bring it home. But I used to drive that thing all over Naples. Didn't have a tag on it or anything. Never got in trouble. 12 years old, driving around. You do that today, they'd lock your ass up for probably 10 years. Corey says, can you imagine how bad it would suck if you were a lot attendant and someone brought in a shaggin' wagon on trade? Yeah. A black light special. I think it'd be a red light special, wouldn't it? Russ says, are those Prizer sexy? Yes, they are. I think they all came from Prizer, as a matter of fact. They have the one. I gotta get it. I got it bookmarked. It's a guy and a woman. He's got her bent over the hood of the car. They're both naked. I gotta get that one and put it somewhere on the layout. I can't help it, you know. I guess I just got a dirty mind. I don't know. Yeah, Prizer has all this good stuff, man. I'll tell you. But I wanted to have a nude lake, and I figured, you know, I got to have nude women. I could have repainted them, but it just seemed easier if they already not had clothes. You know, it's kind of hard to hide the lines of shorts or blouses or whatever, you know. So that worked out pretty good. And I think there's like a dozen women there, I think, maybe. I don't know. Well, like I said, those are the things we used to do when we were kids. I mean, and y'all did them too, probably. You know, we were normal kids. That's what we did. Nobody got hurt, you know. Nobody went to jail over it. And we used to play with explosives. I had a friend, his dad had gun stores. Well, I think he had 8 gun stores in Florida. His kid was a nut job, you know, Ray, but that was his name. But he used to get access. We had gunpowder, you know, black powder. He had plastic explosive, you know, plastique. He had blasting caps. We had all kinds of shit to play with. He would steal from his old man, you know. And we had a blast. We used to build pipe bombs, go out in the woods, bury them underneath trees, and use a car battery to set them off. Boom, blow the tree right out of the ground. One time we took a PVC pipe. It was a 6 foot, 3 inch pipe, or 2.5 or 3 inch, I don't remember. Same size, same diameter as a caulking tube. We put about 2 pounds of black powder in it, and a blasting cap in the rear. Shoved the full caulking tube, shoved it down in there, buried the whole shit in the ground, except for like this much was sticking out of the ground. Angled it, you know, south actually, angled it north. Lit that son of a bitch, blew a 6 foot crater in the ground, destroyed the PVC pipe. A week later, we were out at the school, 2 miles away from where we shot the thing, and there was the caulking tube. And it was ours because the bottom end of it was scorched. So the odds of that happening with something else would have been no way. So we launched that thing 2 miles. Thank God it was up high. It didn't hit anybody's house, you know. But we had a lot of fun, man. We really did. Let's see here. Jim got nude beach. Yes, I do. That's Doodle Lake. Doodle's the name of my dog. Her name is Roxy. We nicknamed her Doodle. I just felt that, you know, I named some of the things after animals and stuff, so Doodle Lake it was. John says, I just packed up a box for you, Thomas. Glad Priority doesn't charge per pound. Oh, you do a, oh shit, I can't think of, yeah, I know what you're talking about, though. Cool. T4 says it's easier to just paint them all one color, right? Well, not really, because you had to deal with the clothing. You know, if the clothing is, I mean, if you sanded them down, like sanded the dress lines or the blouse lines down, then you can get away with painting, but that's a lot of work. Because I thought about that too. Why not just, you know. Now, what you can do, I think, I don't know though, they got the ones that are unpainted. They're real cheap. They're from China. And I don't think they actually have a clothing outline. I'm not sure. But that would be the way to go if there wasn't no clothing on them. But the nudes are actually designed to be nude, so, you know. We made match bombs. I remember those. We used to do that. Sheds are pretty volatile. We used to do. We used to take the stick matches in my shed before we put the carpet in. We'd set up a barrier on each side of the shed and flick wooden matches at each other. And sometimes you got burned a little bit, but there was nothing really flammable in there, so it was relatively safe to do. Derek said cherry bombs were actually made to get rid of birds in the cherry and fruit trees. Yeah, I did that. Now back in the day, cherry bombs were explosive. What are they, like an eighth stick of dynamite or something? I remember getting them as kids, and we were told, do not hold on unless you lose your hand. We used to put them in mailboxes and just blow out the mailbox. Things were dangerous, man. They were fun to play with. Yeah, ash cans were the same way. You guys probably know what those are. Ash cans, cherry bombs, and there was a few other ones I can't remember. My uncle, he used to manufacture in his basement his own fireworks. So every 4th of July, right about a week before, he'd call my dad and say, I got a bunch of fireworks for your kids. Come down and get them. And he'd give us a few boxes of really good shit. Like I said, cherry bombs, ash cans, M80s, all the good shit, We used to have a fun. John says, my dad brought a railroad torpedo home from work once, but I didn't have the balls to set it off. Not familiar with that. So it's now Tata Thursday asking for a friend. Hey, if you want it to be, sure, why not? Black cats, yeah, firecrackers. M80s, like I said. We had all that shit, man. I remember one year, I think I was in the 4th grade. It was right before we moved down here. Our school was 2 stories. And my friend, he had a M80. And then they would burn underwater. So he lit that fucker and flushed it down the 2nd story toilet. Blew apart halfway between floors. What a mess. Blew apart the water, the drain pipe. There was shit everywhere. That's right. M80s were an eighth of a stick of dynamite. I remember something was. John says, I was thinking about rigging up a 2-pound hammer to do it. There you go. Bottle rockets. Yeah, we had the good ones. Bring on the tatas. There you go. Yeah, that's the best I can do. On short notice. There's this one right here. Best I can do, guys. Sorry. I don't keep a lot of that stuff around for obvious reasons. Race is going to jump over to Otter Creek for a bit. We'll be back. Well, hopefully we'll be off by then, but if we're here, we'll see you. If not, we'll see you next week. Thanks for hanging out and have a good weekend. Derek, so we used to have crazy, yeah, we used to do that too. Got a lot of burns on that one too. Corey says, yeah, bottle rockets, but yeah, they were. We used to have a lot of fun with that stuff. Thomas Moore says we did a bottle rocket. Well, yeah, I think everybody did. We were normal kids, and we lived through all that amazingly. It's trying to get today for oh, you could have died. You could have been disfigured. Bullshit. The fireworks today are a joke anyway. We had the good stuff. The shit they got now is really, Even though there's always some dumbass that'll blow a finger off or, you can't fix stupid. We were smart. You lit it, you threw it. You got a short fuse, you set it down and lit it. You didn't hold it in your hand and go, oh, I hope it don't burn fast. Kids today, oh, it's got no fuse, I'll light it anyway. Yeah, you can't fix stupid, Roman candle fights. I never did that, but I had friends that did. Thomas Moore says, I had an M80 blow my hand. I know you didn't. You still got your hand. But there were guys that did. I remember reading it. I remember when I was a kid, there was always some dumbass that would lose a finger or two. Because like I said, they'd forget to let go of the M80 or the ash can or the cherry bomb and, boom, it'll blow your fingers off. Russ says, I got in trouble for throwing dirt quads so many times. And JD says, of course, he says, yeah, JD, those were fun too. Yeah, well, you know, it blew the skin. Well, yeah, you can get seriously hurt. But, I mean, there were guys that actually lost their entire fingers, couldn't be put back on, you know. You can't fix stupid, I mean, you know. Russ says you guys are cray. Yeah, a little bit, but hey, we lived through it, you know. We rode in cars without seatbelts, too. Used to ride in the back of the pickup truck. Never died, you know. One time my dad bought a competition-sized pool table. Regulation size, rather. We got about 6 or 7 guys that we didn't have a trailer. He didn't want to rent one, so we threw it on top of the van, right? So he tells you, so you go up there and hold it down. Like, I'm going to hold it down, right? There I am sitting on top of the pool table, the legs hanging over the front, you know, the front of the van, hoping that he doesn't lose the thing because I'm going with it. But you didn't get in trouble. If you tried to do that today, they'd probably arrest the old man, take the kid away forever, you know. He had no sense of adventure, sense of, you know. We did a lot of stupid things. He survived them, you know, wasn't a big deal. I remember one time, that lady next door that hated us, she had 2 boys. Her oldest one was Blaine. We were building underground forts at the time. The way we did it was, we'd dig it out, and then we'd get plywood and 2x4s, throw it on top, and then throw a layer of dirt on it. They couldn't cave in because the wood protected you. Because, you know, people, well, you can die under there if it caves in. Not. The way we built it couldn't cave in. So anyway, we were looking for more plywood, so a friend of mine, he says, well, I know there's a full sheet of plywood out in the woods on 91st, about 5 blocks away. All right, well, how are we going to get it home? So Blaine says, I'll get my mom to bring us down with the car. We'll throw it on top of the car. Okay. So she had, it was an AMC, it's a station wagon. American Motors, I can't remember what model it was. A little shitbox car. Had a rack on the top, you know. So, we find the wood, we drag it out, we throw it on top of the car. So Blaine's mother says, well, you should probably hold it down. So we got our hands out the windows trying to hold it from going anywhere, right? Blaine's sitting on top of it, just holding on to the wood. So his mom, she rounds the corner onto 8th Street to get home. She must have rounded that corner probably 15, 20 mile an hour. Next thing you know, we are, and there goes the board and him on top of it. Landed down in the culvert, which was, you know, 10 foot of water. He could swim, no problem, but he landed on top of the wood. She was freaking out. Oh my God, I killed my son. No, he's fine. We had to drag the damn wood back out. It was funny as shit. You had to be there, but, you know, that was just some of the stupid things we did. Oh shit. Tom says my friend had a bottle rocket in his ass and lit it off. That had to hurt. That was stupid too. John says it's launched Clark Griswold's Santa sleigh, Corey. Could have. Russ says always wore a seatbelt. Hey, you must be pretty young. Airbags scare me more. Yeah, I disconnected mine because they terrify me. Until you see one go off in real life, you have no clue of just how violent they are, you know. Because they show on TV slowly coming out, and the person goes into it. Yeah, it's all gentle. It's like falling into a pillow. No, in reality, that's not how it works. Boom! It's out like that. And, you know, if you're wearing glasses, they're going to be implanted in your face. Most people drive with their hand on top of the line. I know I do. If you're wearing a metal ring, like a wedding ring or whatever, you're going to bust open your nose or your forehead because you're going to get punched right in the face. Because, you know, they tell you when you got an airbag, you're supposed to have your hands 10 and 2 on the clock. But nobody does that, you know. I always have my hand on top of the wheel. So if it goes off, it's going to blow up. So I just disconnected them. You know what? I have a better theory. Try and avoid the accident, you know. And you got to be aware. You know, one time my mother was, they had just 4-lane US 41 in Naples. It was 2-lane. When they opened it up, they didn't tell anybody. So my mother thought that they didn't open up the new section yet, so she's going the wrong way on the old 2-lane road. So some guy's coming right at her, blowing horn. She freezes. I was in the passenger. I grabbed the wheel and took us off, into the median. She completely froze. If I hadn't have done what I did, we'd have probably all been killed. I go, Mom, what happened? I don't know. I just froze. See, I don't freeze like that. I'm like, no, we're not going to die today. So, and that's unfortunately, it happens more often than not. But, the airbag's not going to save you. If two cars hit head on at even 50 miles an hour, there's a real possibility both occupants will die. And if you don't die, you're probably going to at least lose your legs. Because when that front of your car folds up like an accordion, it's going to cut your legs off at the knees. I've seen it happen. So the best thing to do is not get in a wreck to begin with. Let's see. I have the Winnebago Shitter's full coffee mug. I don't know about that one. Well, I watch them do it. Yeah, well, I said people do a lot of stupid things. Ray did that once. The guy that was, in that case, he had a whole pack of fireworks in his front pocket. He had a polyester, button-up shirt on. He smoked like the rest of us, so he's on his moped, smoking a cigarette while the cherry came off the cigarette, went right down his pocket, lit the whole pack of fucking fireworks, right? He's lucky he didn't get hurt. I mean, it destroyed the shirt. The shirt was all melted. He was actually pulling parts of the shirt off his skin. He had some burns, but nothing serious. He said, you can't fix stupid. And that guy, trust me, he was the king of stupid. Russell, as you ran around with the local braid trust on. Maybe. Thomas said when we were kids, well, we all were. We did a lot of stupid things, but we lived through it. Maybe God was watching us. Maybe we were just damn lucky. I don't know. But we didn't die. Today, you could have been killed. No, you can't. I used to do that shit when I was a kid, But of course, all the snowflakes out there nowadays, you look at them the wrong way, they might die. Let's see. Russ says, I did the idiotic things on my BMX bicycle. I didn't do a lot of that stuff. I didn't know you could. By the time I got to where I was driving legally, they started doing the tricks on those BMX bikes, like spinning them around on the front wheel and shit. And how the hell do they do that? Not the biggest thing I ever did was pop a wheelie, and I jumped a few things. That was kind of normal. But short of that, that was about the only trick I knew on a bicycle. Derek says the real mugshot is out, and Trump looks fucking pissed. They actually did do a mugshot on him, huh? Yeah, well, he'll get the last laugh, though, so it don't matter. Ray says, it's always fun when I catch live. Light it and throw it, otherwise you were qualified for the Darwin Award. I blew up lots of stuff as a kid, still got all 10 fingers. Don't ask what I got my hands on back then. Yeah, well, the only thing we didn't have was dynamite. Like I said, we had plastique, That's some nasty stuff, man. And blasting caps, of course, but, we had fun. We never got hurt. Well, we were smart, too, though, We didn't do stupid shit. Today's kids, man, they just do stupid shit and they die or get seriously screwed up and, nobody can figure out why. Parking lot donuts in the snow with rear-wheel drive is fun. I used to do without the snow. I always did that, Did in the dirt, too. It was more fun on the pavement than it was the dirt, but it still worked. Gerald says that will be Trump's new ad post. Yeah, you bet your ass it will. His polling probably just went up to 100%. Thomas, I used to play with mortars. Yeah, those were fun. Derek says, used to have a bike with extended forks that were just pushed on. We all did that, our choppers. Did a jump in the second fork and wheel came off. It didn't end well. I had a brand new bike. It was a 20-inch banana seat, sissy bar, the whole man. My mother bought it for me. So, of course, first thing I do, I take it down the road. I want to pop a wheelie, right? Pop a wheelie, land on the wheel, a fucking frame broke. That did not end well. She took the bike back. Whoa, was she mad. What kind of a piece of shit did you sell me? My son's lucky to get seriously hurt. I mean, I did, you know. It was more embarrassment than it was hurt, but still, you know. Then we started doing we would take the aluminum conduit, you know, for electrical, 6-foot sections, pound it out, shove it onto the forks, and then drill the holes, put the tire on the front, like this. And they were hard to ride, but they looked cool as shit. Had a lot of fun with that. Thomas Moore said, I had a bike, I wrecked it, my neck cracked. That's not good. We were lucky. I never broke anything, you know. The first time I got a broken bone was as a teenager. I got in a fight with this dumbass. And I went to hit him. And I had him up against the car. You know, in the old cars, they had the drip rail on the roof so the rain would go down. I went to go hit him, and I nailed him. I missed him. He moved his head. I hit the drip rail. Snapped my pinky right in half, the bone. Oh, was I pissed. I beat the hell out of him anyway. But that's the only time I ever broke a bone. You know. I got lucky, I guess. Maybe, like I said, maybe God was looking out for me. I'm guessing. John says, yikes, Derek, I saw a motocross vid recently and the guy's front wheel came off in the air. Yeah, that would suck. But so Trump was very common being interviewed by Tucker, even when Tucker met. Yeah, he did. He asked Trump if he was worried they might try and kill him. I don't think, you know, Trump carries, you know. All the rich guys do. I don't think he's all that worried. Plus, he has a Secret Service, so I think between him carrying and the Secret Service, you know, he wears a vest. I mean, they'd have to do a headshot to take him out. I mean, you can see the outline of the vest sometimes. He looks a little puffed out. That's not fat. That's a vest. And, you know, you can't blame the guy. I mean, you know, he's not really afraid, but he's not stupid either. Thomas said the bike was doing front flips down the road after I wrecked. Yeah, I'll bet it was. We all did a lot of stupid shit when we were kids, but that's just the way it was, you know. It is what it is. So I'm curious to find out. Tomorrow they'll probably have new polls out for Trump. I'll bet you it went up. I guarantee it went up. The more they screw with him, the more popular he gets, and it just cements the fact that he's going to win the presidency in 24. You know. Thomas says, I tried to impress a girl, did you? I'm thinking, well, you know, women, they tend to, you know, the mother comes out, and then when you get hurt and they try and mother you, you know. It might have worked, I don't know, but that's not the way I would do it. Everyone wants to know the same thing. Did it work? It may have, you never know. Of course, women were a little different back then, too, so hell knows, see. Well, they give her a good laugh, though. She probably went to school and they say, hey, did you see this idiot? Can't even ride a bike, you know. So, but yeah, you watch and see, though. I'll tell you, Trump's numbers, his popularity is going to go up, way up. But, you know, they thought that they were going to put him in jail. A couple of days ago, that stupid prosecutor with the weird name, I can't remember it now, Hanley or whatever the fuck her name is. Oh, we're going to put him in jail. We're locking him up. No, you're not. You know. And as soon as they figured out, they set his bail at $200,000 or $250,000. I don't remember which it is. And I go, well, if they already set bail, he's a millionaire. He's going to pay the bail. He's not going to see a second in jail. You know. Thomas says, yeah, she did laugh at me. I figured. Thomas says, there's a Trump rally coming up. I'm sure there is. They're making him a martyr. That's all they're doing. If the plan was to push him off into obscurity, it failed miserably. You know. I mean, you'd think by now they'd figure it out. Curtis says, I think someone will die over all this. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just hope it's not Trump, you know. I think they'll probably try and take him out, but that doesn't mean anything, you know. I really do believe that God is protecting Trump, that he'll do whatever it takes to keep Trump from getting killed. I hope, anyway. The rest is, when I tried impressing girls like that, it usually went south pretty quickly. Yeah, well, it would. I didn't even bother, you know. If they weren't impressed with me to begin with, screw them. Thomas says, I seen a trespasser on a track. There was a CSX train behind her. Smart. Like I said, you can't fix stupid. Yeah, I really don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I don't think they'll attempt to kill him until he actually wins. You know, so he's probably safe now. I mean, even though I think the Democrats have really figured out that he's in, you know. But they're going to actually wait till he's declared the actual winner. Now, the real question is who he's going to pick for his vice president. There's a lot of rumors flying around. No one knows. He's not saying, you know. There's a lot of people that could be vice that would be a perfect ticket for him. Carrie Lake is one. If he wants to, but the only problem with that is now, and I'm not against women being president, but I still think a man would be a better president. I'm old school that way. But if he picked her as vice president, there's a good probability she would become president in 28. Not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't know. Somebody was also kicking around and said maybe he should get Tucker Carlson to be his vice president. Tucker could run in 28. He would win in a heartbeat. But I don't know if that'll actually happen or not. And I don't know who else would be reasonable. I mean, you know, there was talk about, you know, Vivek Ramaswamy going, but Ramaswamy the other day said there's no way I'm going to be second fiddle. That's what I'm saying. You know, I got some issues with him just because making a statement like that says to me like, yeah, he's got something going on there and it may not be good, you know. So I don't know. Yeah, you're right, Derek. Kamala Harris was buying the bulletproof vest. Probably a personal hooker, too. Who knows? Yeah, everybody agrees with that one. There's no doubt. Well, she's expendable, you know. So the only way to impress a girl is to wave $900,000 in front of their face. That's probably true, you know. And they will love on you. Yes, they will. But she'll be out $900,000. Corey says, Derek, her cackle of a laugh is the sound of his protection. That could well be. And that woman, there's something wrong. I mean, I think she's high all the time. She looks high. Glassy eyes, got that kind of out in outer space look about her. She's always laughing, cackling, whatever. I don't trust anybody to laugh. I mean, I laugh a lot, but I hope I don't cackle, but there's just something about the way she laughs that just, I don't know, kind of freaks me out a little bit, you know. That says the things they thought the Dems would not do relating to Trump that totally crossed the line, they have done. So now I would not. Oh, that's true. And they will. They'll kill him. They'll try and kill him. What do you think they did to Kennedy? Who do you think was behind that? Yeah, it was the CIA, but it was probably the Dems too, because Kennedy wasn't going along with the plan. You know, they had to get rid of him. Yeah, they tried to kill Reagan because Reagan wasn't going along with the plan either. Reagan was lucky because, you know, he took a bullet to the heart. He lived. That wasn't a miracle. I don't know what was, but ultimately he got back in line after they took a shot at him. You know, They're not afraid to kill people. They killed Lincoln for the same thing. They didn't kill Lincoln over the slaves. They killed Lincoln because he wanted to print his own money. He wanted the greenbacks. And the Federal Reserve said, oh no, you're not doing that. So they took him out. My understanding of it anyway. Tom said, did you know Michelle Obama's actually a trans man? That's a woman pretending to be a man, right? No. Trans woman? Yeah, I guess that's a trans woman. She's a man pretending. She's got a dick, okay? Camilla proves you can really fuck your brains out. you might be right about that, Gerald. Because there ain't none left in that head, let me tell you. Corey says, you think when Joe sniffs Kamala's hair, he wonders why it smells like Hunter's balls? Could be. Question is, how does Joe know that? Not that I doubt it, I'm just, asking for a friend. Russ says if they do it, they will find a path through. Well, of course they will. They'll never, put themselves, but it'd probably be CIA more than likely. Because, remember, Trump is talking about not necessarily eliminating, but rebranding the CIA, FBI, all the three-letter clubs. He wants to fix that shit. I think most of them should be done away with anyway. Maybe he does, and he just can't say it out loud right now. But that would be his biggest stumbling block, because if he goes after any of them, they may try and take him out. Well, like I said, if somebody kills Trump, that could trigger civil war. I don't know if the Dems really want to go there or not, because we will hand them their asses, literally. We're better armed, we're better trained, and we're not going to fuck around. We're not going to take any prisoners. We're simply going to kill them. I don't know if they really want to go there or not, to be honest with you. But if they get desperate enough, who the hell knows? I don't think they'll be. I mean, they may try and pin it like on the Russians or something. Like Putin's going to send somebody over to assassinate, Trump. They're actually friends, so that's not likely, Yeah, there you go. Corey says, guarantee it will, Jim, maybe. Yeah, it could, We don't know how bad, that JFK also, he wanted to close down the CIA. Because he knew the thing was crooked. They were anti-American. And they took him out, The problem with JFK was, now I don't know how true any of it is, but I've read all the stories and watched the movies and stuff, and they claim that he knew he was going to get killed. He had a feeling. And some of his people, the people that were close to him, told him not to go to Texas that day. He obviously, wasn't thinking. The first mistake you're going to make is thinking you're bulletproof, because you're not, So, I don't know if he could have. I mean, they would have probably just blew the damn car up if they had to, I mean, if they wanted him dead, they were going to find a way to do it, At least today, at least they have cars that are bulletproof, bomb-proof, and everything else, But still, I mean, I would be nervous if I were president, because I'm thinking, I got a lot of enemies. I know who some of them are, but I don't know who all of them are, So, but, if Trump really believes that God is protecting, I think he does, I think he's probably figures he has a calling of some sort, that he'll be okay, because God will protect him, Joe said LBJ told his mistress not to go to Dallas. There you go. So there was a lot of things that JFK should have never went, He damn sure shouldn't have went in a fucking convertible. Hell, even the Pope's got the Pope-mobile, man. Although somebody takes him out, it's no loss because he's evil anyway. But Thomas JFK was the best president, so was Grant and George Washington and Abe Lincoln. Well, Lincoln was a good president of sorts, but he didn't like the blacks. Not a lot of people know that. In fact, years after he was assassinated, they found some of his personal memoirs. And one of them basically said, I paraphrase a little bit, but said that I do not feel that the white man and the black man are compatible with each other in the same area. Therefore, at some point, I'm going to convince them to go back to their homeland. And there was actually a plan in the works to repatriate all the blacks back to Africa. And like I said, I'm not racist. I don't necessarily agree or disagree with it, but he knew there was going to be problems. And there were a lot of people that thought that was why he was assassinated, because he freed the slaves. He didn't really free the slaves. Remember, the Civil War wasn't about slavery. It was about taxation. Because the North wanted to tax the South for its textiles, which would have bankrupted the Southerners and enriched the Northerners, and that's why the South went against the North, and that's what caused the actual Civil War. It had nothing to do with slavery. Somewhere or another they lumped it in there somehow, but if you look in history, and I'm absolutely 100% right on this, look it up, the Civil War was not about slavery, it was about taxation that was illegal. You know. So, yeah. Russ says most Kennedys had type A personalities back then. They always took extreme risks. That certainly didn't. Well, that's true too. Well, people were tougher back in the day. You know, no fear. And you almost have to be that way. I mean, if you're going to cower at the first sign of trouble, you're not going to go far in life. You know. I mean, you should try and minimize the risk, like I said, to some degree. But I think Kennedy probably felt that he was untouchable, that no one would dare assassinate a United States president. Even though two presidents were assassinated before him. Lincoln was one, and who was the other one? Before Lincoln, he was assassinated too. I can't remember. McKinley, maybe? I don't remember who it was. One of the other presidents was assassinated too. So it wasn't unheard of. So I don't know what Kennedy was thinking, you know, I mean, obviously none of us do. Thomas says, Martin Luther King, I have a dream when blacks and whites are equal. And we should be to a certain degree. But that equality has to be earned. Now there's a lot of very smart blacks out there, and very rich blacks, and they are equal or maybe even a little above us, you know. I wouldn't rob them of that, but unfortunately there's a good majority of them that aren't too bright, don't want to work for a living, would rather take, steal, rape, and murder and whatever. Those are the problem ones, and there's too many of them. You're not going to have true equality when the blacks want, not all of them, but some of them, they want to be able to get away with things because they feel that they're above the law, you know. Look what Black Lives Matter group, I mean, when they put out their demands, what were their demands? We don't want to be arrested for petty crimes anymore. Petty crimes is anything less than murder or rape. So robbery was okay, burglary was okay, shoplifting was okay, any traffic offense was okay. No, it doesn't work that way. Because if they had got away with it, and the rest of us have to too, and it would be a big fucking mess. That was just one of the things, and then they wanted the same amount of money. Well, when we go do our burger flipping job, we want to make $100,000 a year. Well, nobody gets $100,000 a year for flipping burgers, regardless of what they think, you know. That's not equality. If you want equality, you have the right to get an education, work your way up the corporate ladder, and make good money, and be respected like any other person, regardless of your color. Well, Thomas, you're correct. Martin Luther King was assassinated after that. Well, they were afraid of him, I think. And part of the reason was that, to some degree, he could have brought the blacks and whites together. You know, to some degree. Remember, at that time, most of the whites were against interracial marriage. It was illegal at the time. You know, you couldn't, a black man couldn't marry a white woman. That was like, no, not going to happen. I think the black man would have went to jail for that. I think, you know, that was their biggest. I think that was the white man's fear at the time. You know, which I'm not going to go there one way or the other. I'm just going to say, look, I want to stick with my own kind. You can call me racist if you want. I don't see where black women are attractive to me. They're just not. You know, you give me a big-titted blonde, I'm going to go for her before I go for the big-titted, you know, black woman. Because there's no romantic link there for me. There's no attraction. Some men have different ideas. That's fine. That's what gets you through. Fine, whatever. But for me, I won't date anything but a white woman. You know, I wouldn't even date Mexican women for the same reason, because basically cultural differences. You know, and that to me is a big issue, because you know, if you have a different way of looking at things, a different way of bringing up your kids and shit, we're going to have a problem. Is that racist? I don't think so. A lot of other people say it is, but that's on you. But that's what basically the white man was afraid of back then, I think. And, you know, remember, the Democrats want the blacks to be slaves. And they've kept them in the slavery even today. To some degree, they are still slaves. Not like they were back in the, you know, 1800s, but they're still enslaved to the system, you know. If you take free shit from the government owns you. You know, they get their food stamps and their rental assistance and all this other shit that they get. They're paying a price for it, you know. Basically, the government owns them to some degree. They just don't know it. I think if they realized it, they'd say, you know what, we're done being slaves. Let's go out and get some jobs and tell the government to shove it up their ass. But unfortunately, they're not doing that, most of them. Yeah, Malcolm X, same deal. Wasn't he assassinated too at some point? Or was he the one that killed Luther King? I don't remember. A lot of them guys were getting knocked off left and right, you know. Derek said he didn't mention black or white. It was when a man is measured by the quality of his character and not the color of his skin. That's not true, actually. He did have an issue with blacks. Because it wasn't that he was racist. He just felt that we were not compatible culturally, which we're not. Especially then we weren't. Even today, to some degree, we're not. There are exceptions, don't get me wrong. But the average black guy out there, say in the ghettos, culturally, they have a different way of life than we do. They don't value life, obviously. They don't believe in working for anything. They want something, they just take it. You know, they see a woman they want, they rape her. If they see a car they want, they just steal it. Not all of them, like I said, but a good many of them. I think Lincoln saw that mentality and says, you know, this isn't going to work. And to some degree, he was right, you know. Like I said, I don't agree with it 100%. There are good blacks and there are bad whites. But the numbers, you know, look, 87% of all blacks are in prison. Or 87% of the prison population is black. What does that tell you? We don't have a crime problem. We have a black problem, you know. Most of the murders are black on black crime. They're killing each other. That's a problem, you know. Yeah, whites kill whites too, but not on the level that the blacks are doing. You go to Chicago on the weekend, 40, 50 people get shot. Not all of them die, but they still got shot. How many white people got shot by white people? You know, none maybe one or two. But every weekend, it's the same thing with the ghetto crowd. They're gangs. They need to be eliminated. You know. I think it was Garfield Russ, I think. 1881 sounds about right. Yes, William McKinley in 1901. There you go. I said I know there's one or two of them that were assassinated. You know, if you don't go along with the system, that can happen. That's why I said if they ever made me president, I'd last about a week. Maybe not even that long. Hell, they may take me out as I'm taking the oath, right? Who knows? But because I would be considered a detriment to their system of corruption, which I would be. You can't buy me. I'm not for sale. And I'm not going to go along with half the shit that I see every day. They're ruining this country, so I got a problem with that. Anyway, you can go on with this all night, and I'm not going to do that because it's already after 9:30, 9:31 to be exact. So what I am going to do is put up the revised list again. See, starting tomorrow, we've got Cousin Vinny. I think he's back on. He was on last week, so I think he's back up and running again. So he's on Friday, tomorrow, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to catch him. Saturday at 9 in the morning is back on track. Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time is Awesome America Artie. Sunday we've got Sidetrack Sunday, and that's at 8 p.m. These are all Eastern Time, by the way. Monday we have Off the Tracks Monday, James Galton and Trackside Mike. They're on at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And then Tom's Trains and Things is on YouTube at 8, and also on Rumble at 8. So you can catch him. Actually, he's simulcast, so you can either be on either one or both. Catch him at 8. Tuesday, we have On Track Tuesday. I believe it'll probably be Dave Thurber, I think, is coming up this Tuesday. That's at 7 p.m. Heath, Humanity Junction, he's been off for a few weeks. I don't know if he'll be back on anytime soon, but normally he's on at 8 o'clock Tuesday. So you'll have to check and see. Wednesday at 8 o'clock we have Cab Crew Wednesday, and they rotate guys out on that. It could be Tom Grassi or Artie or I think Plummer or Derail Darrell, I'm not sure. We'll have to check on that. But also on Wednesday is Workbench Wednesday, which is Tom's Trains and Things. Now he's on both YouTube and Rumble on 8 o'clock p.m. on Wednesday, so you'll have to decide whether you're going to watch him or Cab Crew Wednesday. You'll have to watch one, will have to be a replay. One you can watch live, that's your choice. Thursday morning at 9 a.m. is Morning Brew with Dave Thurber. And of course, me again at 6 o'clock, Shortline Thursday. So now you've had the list. It's been revised again. Thomas, I took you off. I don't know what's going on. Did you give up on the live stream on Friday? Kind of curious. Not sure. Curtis, you sure I got $2? What's the $2 for? Yes, Derek, he was on last week. I watched him. I think he just had a rough patch with the whole subscriber thing and all. But he seems to be back on, so I'm pretty sure he'll be back on tomorrow. I'll be watching if he is. Or no, that's right. He wasn't on last week. He had technical difficulties. That's right. I stand corrected. He was going to be on. I think it was 4 of us were in the chat waiting. It was like 8:15. And I finally said, well, is he going to go on or not? I said, well, I don't know. I said, let me call him up. I got Vinny's phone number, so I called Vinny. He answered, Vinny, what the hell's going on? Why aren't you on the air? He said, man, I'm having technical difficulties. Nothing's working. The microphone won't work. The cameras won't work. Everything's screwed. I said, all right, that sucks. I said, so you're probably not going to be on tonight. He says, no, it doesn't look good. He says, hopefully I'll get it working for next week. So if he got everything straightened out, he should be on tomorrow. But that's what happened last week. But he had planned on being on, so we'll see. Russ says Abe Lincoln, James Garfield, William McKinley, and JFK. 4 U.S. presidents to say, yeah, that's true. I forgot about the other two. Ray says Vinny has some health issues, guy. He'll be back when he's back. Well, health-wise, he's doing okay now. I mean, he did have a heart attack, but they did fix him up. But he had some technical difficulties last Friday, and that's why he wasn't on. He had intended on going. I called him on the phone. I talked to him for a while, and then when I got off, I relayed the message to the rest of the guys in the chat, and that was that. But Derek says, I know he released a ship build video the next day, but hasn't been on Friday in a long time. Well, he had a heart attack, like I said. He also had some issues with his subscriber base, which that's his deal. You know, I'm not really gonna remark on it one way or the other. But he was very unhappy with his subs. He didn't feel that he had enough. And that was when he come up with the shipbuilding thing, which I thought was kind of cool. But realistically, Vinny, if you're listening, I'm not bad-mouthing you or anything, but the reality is there's a hell of a lot more train hobbyists than there are military ship hobbyists. And that's why I don't think that would have... He was going to do a live stream, I think, on the military shipbuilding. And probably didn't go over very well. So I think that's why he came back to what he does best, and that's trains, you know. He'll be alright, though. Give him some time. Derek Ray says, I'm not giving him a hard time. I'm just asking if anyone knew if he was coming back. Yes, he will be back. I'm pretty sure he'll be on tomorrow, assuming he got all his technical difficulties straightened out. If I didn't live 5,000 miles away from him, or however far Nevada is from Florida, I'd have went over there and helped him out with it, because I could probably fix all that shit. But I don't have the money or the time to hop on a plane and go to Nevada, or Arizona, or wherever the hell he lives. So, you know, hopefully there's somebody that can help him out. But he was having something just... We've all had problems. I mean, it happens, you know. How many times have I had to restart my live stream because OBS screwed up or the mic wouldn't come on? I couldn't get the damn cameras to work. It happens for no reason, you know. It's just life in the big city, man. Russ says Godspeed to good health. Yeah, he's doing actually pretty good. I think he had one blockage, one artery. They put in a stent, and he's doing good. You know. Today, most time, unless you have a really big heart attack, you're probably going to survive. Hell, I've had 2 already. Knock wood. You know. I don't want any more, by the way, but you know. There was a time it was kind of almost a death sentence. Now, not so much. And the older you are, the more survivable it is. You got a better chance of surviving a heart attack at 80 than you do at 20. I don't know why that is. You'd think it'd be the opposite, but it's not. So, but no, he's doing okay physically. Mentally, well, we don't know. But like I said, I think he just had a rough patch to, you know, to get over the whole sub thing, you know. That's what I said, you shouldn't take subs too literally, you know. If you got them, you got them, but if you don't, who the hell cares? Take care of your loyal fans. You guys are my loyal base, you know. You're here every week, you know. Yeah, we don't talk much about trains sometimes, but, you know, we talk about all kinds of things and we have fun. And that's what it's supposed to be. Now, I've only got 418 subs. Can't monetize. It doesn't matter. If I get 500 tomorrow, yes, I can monetize. How much money do you think I'm going to make? $1 a month, maybe? You know, it ain't going to be nothing to write home about. I mean, the only good thing is it'll give me super chats, and I'm sure maybe some of you guys, you know, may find it in your heart to throw me a few bucks on a super chat. But if you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to be here with you guys. We have fun. We talk about all kinds of shit that we can anyway. And that's all that matters. When you're so worried about your sub count and your profits that you're not having fun anymore, it's all over, man. You know? And unfortunately, it happens to a lot of guys after they get, get up their ways. So, but I think Vinny will be okay. He needs us, we need him. We really do. And I like watching him. I think he's very knowledgeable. He has a lot of great ideas. Oh, N scale thing is a little weird to me, but hey, Hey, Florida Railroad Dog, George, how you doing? Good to see you. So, Russ says, I have 4 subs, I'm happy. You should have more than that, Russ. I think, didn't I drop your channel last week, I thought? I thought I did, or maybe the week, I don't remember, but if I didn't, I'll do it again. I'll check up on you guys every now and then to make sure that, just because, I said, none of us are going to get rich doing this shit. If that's why you're doing it, you better find another line of work. Just have fun, and that's all that matters. Ray says, Derek, no problem. He will when he wants. Well, of course we do. And I think he's starting to figure that out, And this happens to everybody at some point, maybe. I don't know, And then some guys give up because they don't feel they have anything more to contribute, Wasn't that why Sparky gave up the live streams for the most part? Because he didn't feel he had anything more to offer his people, but he forgets. And I tried to tell him this too. I don't know if he got it or not, but Sparky, it doesn't matter whether you have anything to show us or not. Just being there, yakking with us, talking about train shit or something else, that's all we care about. I mean, yeah, it's cool if you got something to show, but if you don't, it's not that big of a deal. And unfortunately, a lot of guys, they just don't see it that way. Yeah, we were talking about Vinny. Yes, he is good physically. Last week he had a lot of technical problems with his equipment. I did speak to him on the phone because we were in the chat waiting for him. He's not coming on. He explained everything to me. He was having all kinds of messages. Hopefully he'll be on tomorrow. But physically, yes, he's actually doing quite well. He's just having some technical difficulties with his equipment. We all have it. Hopefully he gets it fixed. Russ says, somebody got mad at me. I had 5. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, well, that's YouTube for you. Corey says, I quit YouTube for a couple years during the showstopper. Yeah, I hear you. And like I said, a lot of guys, they feel they have nothing to offer, so they just don't do it, I haven't done anything new in here for a while, on the layout anyway. But I figure I'm a contributor. I still got ideas. I do the 3D shit. We talk about politics. We talk about all kinds of crap. And it's fun, It's all that matters. Derek said, George, it's nice of you to send that N-scale stuff to the plumber. Oh, cool. Hey, that was nice, man. Race is good to hear, Jim. Hope to see him soon. He should be on tomorrow. Hopefully he's got all his whatever technical problems he had straightened out. I guess at that point, when you get in a bind like that, you do the obvious things. You reboot your computer. You restart your stream. Sometimes that's not enough, and then you throw your hands up in the air and you don't know what the hell to do. He's under pressure to get the show going. So you can't blame him, Russ says, thank you, Derek. No videos yet, but I have plans for a few unedited impromptu videos by end of the year. That'd be cool. We look forward to seeing them. Or maybe some shorts, sure. Thomas Crash said, Derek, I was able to cut the opening on the first tunnel entrance. Now I have 2. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're putting your new portals in, aren't you? That's cool. Well, Thomas is good. He's always showing us what he's doing, And it's always interesting. I think we all have something to show or talk about. So, like I said, when the hobby stops being fun, it's time to get a new hobby. But how can trains not be fun? We got the best hobby on the planet, man. Right? Anyway, guys, it's 9:45, so I'm going to throw up the outro here in a minute. I think we covered everything we needed to. And I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me as we usually do. And everybody have a good weekend. And we'll see you next week. Hey, Train Man 1, how's it going, man? Thanks for the thumbs up. Alright, guys, here's the outro. Where the hell is it? Here it is.